ධෛර්යය දෙමින් මම ආපිනමයි කතා ස්තුතියි.
Stuti Anjana. Before we go to the next speaker, I would like to make a remark because there are many attendees who will not understand Sinhalese, and there are also people who don't understand Tamil, and there are people who don't understand English. So it is a very unfortunate situation. We can't provide the simultaneous translations because, sort of we couldn't do it at the moment. Sorry. It is very expensive, one. And this meeting was organized all of a sudden, and I think we decided it only day before yesterday. So we couldn't arrange. And we apologize for the inconvenience, but there will be people who will be speaking in Sinhala, English, and Tamil. And so at least, some of, those who don't understand one or two languages of the three, they would be able to gain an understanding as to what this is all about. The next speaker is Shaheen. Are you available?
Yes, Lan.
Yeah. So I will let you speak. If you can go ahead and speak in Tamil, and then probably provide a brief in Sinhala and English, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Bhumi Stuti, Lionel. ඒ වගේම මා හිතන්නේ අද මම දමිළ වශයෙන් ආමන්ත්‍රණය කරන්නේ இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்காக வருகை தந்திருக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எம்மோடு இணைந்திருக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எமது அன்பு வணக்கங்கள் உரித்தாகட்டும். இலங்கை மிகவும் எதிர்பாராத விதமாக, அதாவது நாளுக்கு நாள் இலங்கை பொருளாதாரத்திலே அழிவு பாதையிலே போய்கொண்டிருந்தாலும் இவ்வளவு இலகுவாக நாம் எதிர்பாராத விதமாக இவ்விதமான ஒரு நிலைமை ஏற்படும் என்பதை நாம் எம்மில் பலரும் எதிர்பார்த்திருக்கவில்லை. ஆயினும் கடந்த வருடம் மார்ச் முதல் இவ்விதமான ஒரு நிலைமை வரும் என்று பலரும் எதிர்பார்த்திருந்தார்கள். இன்றைய நிலைமையிலே அதிகமாக அங்கே இருக்கும் வரிசைகள் என்று, அதாவது சிங்களவர்கள், தமிழர்கள், முஸ்லிம்கள் என்ற எந்த வித்தியாசமும் இல்லாமல் இவர்கள் அனைவரும் பகல் நேரத்திலே வரிசையிலும் இரவு நேரத்திலே இருளிலும். சிங்களத்திலே இதை ஒரு நண்பர் மிகவும் அழகாக எடுத்து கூறியிருந்தார். சிங்களே தெமலே முஸ்லிம்லே தகவலே போலிமே ரேட்ட கருவலே என்று. அதாவது இந்த அனைத்து மக்களுக்கும் இது சரியாக, எவ்விதமான வித்தியாசங்களும் இன்றி இது பாதித்திருக்கிறது. இந்த பாதிப்பின் மத்தியிலே மக்களுக்கே உரித்தான மக்களின் உரிமையினை வென்றெடுப்பதற்காக, அந்த மக்களின் உரிமையை வென்று எடுப்பது என்பதை விட மக்கள் தமது உயிரை பாதுகாப்பதற்காக, வாழ்வதற்காக, அன்றாட வாழ்க்கையை எடுத்து செல்வதற்காக இவர்கள் இன்று மிகப்பாரிய ஒரு போராட்டத்திலே இறங்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆயினும் இன்று மஹிந்த ராஜபக்சவின் அரசு, மஹிந்த அரசு இவர்களுக்கு இன்று அவசர கால சட்டத்தை அமல் செய்திருக்கிறது. தமிழ் மக்கள் அனைவரும் நன்றாக அறிவார்கள் அவசர கால சட்டம் என்றால் என்ன, அதில் சாதாரண மக்களுக்கு எதனை செய்யலாம் என்று. ஆகவே இந்த நேரத்தில் நாங்கள் இலங்கைக்கு அப்பால் இருந்தாலும், அவர்கள் தமிழர்களாக இருந்தாலும், சிங்களவர்களாக இருந்தாலும், யாராக இருந்தாலும், இந்த இலங்கைக்கு அப்பால் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எங்களால் முடியுமான பல விடயங்கள் இருக்கிறது. இவ்விதமான அவசர கால சட்டங்களின் பொழுது இவர்கள் மக்களை பல்வேறு விதமாக சிறைக்குள் அடைக்கலாம். இன்னொரு விதமான அரச அடாவடித்தனங்களை இவர்கள் மக்கள் மீது அவிழ்த்து விடலாம். இதற்காக, இந்த மக்களை பாதுகாப்பதற்காக நாங்கள் இங்கிருந்து எம்மால் இயன்ற உதவிகளை செய்ய வேண்டும். அதை போன்று எம்மால் எம்மால் இயலுமான பொருளாதார உதவிகளையும் இந்த மக்களை பாதுகாப்பதும் அழிவு பாதையிலிருந்து அரசாங்க பயங்கரவாதத்தில் இருந்து பாதுகாப்பதும் மிக மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு விடயமாகும். ஏனெனில் தமிழ் மக்கள் இந்த அவசர கால சட்டம் அரசு பயங்கரவாதம் இவற்றை தமிழ் முஸ்லிம் மக்களை விட தமிழ் சிங்கள முஸ்லிம் மக்களை விட அதிகம் அனுபவம் உள்ளவர்கள். இந்த உரையினை ஒரு சிறிய சாராம்சத்தை இப்பொழுது நான் சிங்கள மொழியிலே வழங்க இருக்கிறேன். හිතවත් සහෝදරවරණි, මා හිතන්නේ අපි මොහොතකටවත් හිතුවේ නැහැ. අපි හිතුවා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාල ආර්ථික ආඝාතයකට ඇතුල් වෙන බව. එනමුත් මේ තරම් ඉක්මනට මෙවන් විදියට ඇතුල් වේවි කියා අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණේ නැහැ. අත වශයෙන්ම අද අපට මෙම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ පවුල එහෙමත් නැත්නම් මේ සහෝදරයන් නොහැකියාවෙන් පිරිච්ච අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියනවා මේ සර් ෆේල් කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒකේ කිසිම සැකයක් නැහැ. එනමුත් දැන් උද්ගත වී තිබෙන ප්‍රශ්නය තමයි ජනතාව දැන් පාරට බැහැලා තිනවා. ඒ වගේම දැන් හදිසි නීතිය. ඉතින් යුතුයකමක් තිබෙනවා ඉංගලන්තේ, ඇමරිකාවේ, ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ජීවත් වෙන අපට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ජනතාවට කරන්න නොහැකි දේවල් මෙහි සිට කඩ ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒව තමයි මේ දැන් පාරට බහින ජනතාව මර්ධනය කරන්න රජය නොඑක් උපරවැටි භාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. මා හිතන්නේ අපි ඔක්කොම එක්කහුවේ අඬවන්නම් වෙලා ඒ ජනතාව බේරා ගැනීම සඳහා, ඒ කියන්නේ අපගේ රජයන් වලට මේ සම්බන්ධව කරුණු පැවසීම, ඒ වගේම ජාත්‍යන්තරයේ අපි මානව හිමිකම් කවුන්සිලේ මේ වගේ ආයතන වලට අපේ ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන් යාම ඉතාම වැදගත් වේවි කියා අනාගතයේදී මා හිතනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි. Thank you, Lionel.
Okay, thank you, Shaheen. Next, it is the turn. There have been a few comments about conducting this meeting in English only, and I do not agree with that view because there are people from Sri Lanka who are participating in this meeting. I know they are at a very difficult, situation. They don't have sometimes, the connections to join these sort of meetings. So we have to respect them also. I understand the difficulty of some people. So if the speakers wish to speak in English, I would encourage them to do so. But unfortunately, then we won't be able to provide the translation. So next speaker will be from Canada, Mr. Dharmasena Yakandawala, a solicitor. I would like to invite him to make his speech. Thank you. Mr. Yakandawala.
Thank you, Dr. Lionel. Thank you, මට මේ ෆෝරම් එකට ආරාධනා කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඒ වගේම අද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ මේ තියෙන තත්ත්වය ගැන මම හිතන්නේ ඩොක්ටර් ලයනල් සහ මීට කලින් කතා කරපු අපේ දෙතුන් දෙනාත් එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරා සහ මම හිතන්නේ අපි සියලුම දෙනා දන්නවා රට තුල අද මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා. එතකොට මේක මම හිතන්නේ මේ මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂගේ රෙජිමේට විතරක් දොස් කියන්න පුළුවන් කාරණාවක් නෙවෙයි කියන එක තමයි මගේ හැඟීම. ඒකත් එක්කම මෙතනදී අපි කල්පනා කරන්න ඕනේ කාරණයක් තමයි මට හිතෙන විදිහට මේක ප්‍රොටෙස්ට් එකක්ද මේ දැන් තියෙන්නේ, එහෙම නැත්නම් මේක රිවොලූෂන් එකක් දක්වා ගමන් කරන ක්‍රියාවලියක්ද තියෙන්නේ. එහෙමත් නැතිනම් මේක මේ රජය පෙරලා තව අනිත් පක්ෂයට එහෙමත් නැත්නම් බලය වෙනුවෙන් කෑදරකමින් දඟලන අනිත් මිනිස්සුන්ට බලය යන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රමවේදයකට මේ පාරක් කැපෙනවද කියන එක ගැන මම හිතන්නේ අපි සැලකිලිමත් විය යුතුයි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. ඊට අමතරව මම දකින තව කාරණාවක් තමයි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි මොනදේ කතා කරත් රටේ ජනතාව හුස්ම ගන්න බැරි තත්වයකට අදපත් වෙලා ඉවරයි. එක පැත්තකින් බිහික් නැහැ, අනිත් පැත්තේ මිනිස්සුන්ට කණ්ඩ නැහැ, අනිත් පැත්තේ මිනිස්සුන්ට පෙට්‍රල්, ගෑස් කිසි දෙයක් නැහැ. එතකොට දැන් මේ තියෙන තත්ත්වයක් උඩ රට අන්ත අසරණ තත්ත්වයට පත් වෙලා ඉවරයි. මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් පාලකයන්ට කිසිම හැඟීමක් නැති බව තමයි අපිට පේන්නේ. එතකොට මම හිතන්නේ මේ වෙනකොට අපි ලෝකෙ පුරා විසිරලා සිටින බහුතරයක් මෙතනදී මේ ෆෝරම් එකේදී අපි සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඉන්නවා. එතකොට මම හිතන්නේ එක පැත්තකින් අර කලින් කතා කරපු මහත්මයා කිව්වා වගේ අපිට පුළුවන්කමක් තියෙනවා නම් කිසියම් වූ මැදිහත් වීමක් කරන්න රටේ ජනතාවට උදව් කරන්න මම හිතනවා අපි ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කිසියම් වූ වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ඩොක්ටර් ලයිනර් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ එක හොඳ කාරණාවක් වෙයි එක පැත්තකින්. අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අපිට මේ ප්‍රොටෙස්ට් එක යන්නේ කොයි පැත්තටද කියන එක ගැන මම හිතන්නේ අපි කිසිම කෙනෙකුට හරිය අවබෝධයක් මේ වෙනකන් නැහැ. එතකොට මේ ගමන් කරන්න දිශාව අපි නිවැරදි විදිහට අවබෝධ කරගෙන මේ අවස්ථාවේ මේ ප්‍රොටෙස්ට් එක නිවැරදි දිශාවට ගමන් නොකළොත් මම දකිනවා රට අඳුරෙන් අඳුරට ගිහිල්ලා අපේ රටේ නැවත බ්ලඩ් බාත් එකක් ඇති වෙයි කියන සැකයක් බයක් මට තියෙනවා. හැබැයි එතෙන්ට නොයන්න නම් මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තුළ සිටින අයත් ඒ වගේම ජාත්‍යන්තරයේ සිටින අපි සියලුම දෙනාත් ඉතාමත්ම පරිස්සමින් බුද්ධිමත්ව බුද්ධිමය මැදිහත් වීමක් තුලින් මේ ප්‍රවාහය නිසි දිශාවකට යොමු කිරීමේ වගකීම අපි සියලුම දෙනා රටේ ජනතාව බාර නොගත්තොත් පාලකයන්ට කරන්න පුළුවන් පහසුම දේ තමයි අසරණයින් මරා දමන එක. ඉතිහාසයේ පුරාවට මේවා පෙන්නලා අවසන්. 70 ගණන් වල 80 ගණන් වල ජාතිවාදයේ නමින් රට පුරාම මිනිස්සු මරලා දැම්මේ මේ පාලකයෝ ওই විදිහට. මම හිතන්නේ අපි එතෙන්ට ඉඩ ප්‍රස්තාව නොතැබිය යුතුයි. ඊට අමතරව මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි මේ වෙනසක් වෙනවනම් මොකක්ද වෙන්න ඕන වෙනස? මම හිතන්නේ කලින් කතා කරපු මහත්මයෙකුත් මේ ගැන කතා කරා. මහින්ද රෙජිමේ පන්නලා අපි කවුද ගේන්නේ කියන ප්‍රශ්නේ. ඇත්තටම මගේ හැඟීම නම් මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි සියලුම දෙනා එකතු වෙලා මේ රෙජිමය විතරක් නෙවෙයි මේ සිස්ටම් එක මේ governance system of governance has to be changed. ඒක වෙනස් නොකර මේ රටට අනාගතයක් පැවැත්මක් නැත. මේ governance system එක ඇතුලේ transparency එකක් නැහැ, accountability එකක් නැහැ, justice system එකක් නැහැ, administrative system එකක් නැහැ. ඒ කිසිම දෙයක් නැතුව එතකොට මාධ්‍යයට පාලනය වෙන්න කිසිම ලෝ එකක් නැහැ. එහෙම රටක මින් එහාට අපිට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න කිසිම දෙයක් බෑ. එහෙමනම් අපි මෙන්න මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදලා තමයි මේ කවුරු බලයට ආවත් බලය බාර දෙන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවස්ථාවේදී. ජනතා විමුක්ති පෙරමුණ වෙන්න පුළුවන් කවුරු වුණත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. එන පාලකයා පාර්ලිමේන්තුවට යන කෙනා සියලු දේට වග කියන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම Tamanට අත්නෝමතික විදිහට මේ බලය භාවිතා කරන්න බැරි වෙන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා. Tamanගේ ලැබෙන බලය භාවිතා කරලා Tamanගේ පුජ්‍යලික අවශ්‍යතාවයන් ඉෂ්ට කරගන්න බැරි වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම මේ අපි පාලනයට පත් කරන ඡන්දෙන් පත් කරන නිලධාරීන් සහ රජයේ නිලධාරීන් පත් වෙන රජයේ නිලධාරීන් ඒගොල්ලෝ අතර තියෙන බලය වෙන් කරලා ඒ බලයට වගකීමක් එකතු වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගකීම තියෙන්න ඕනේ මහ ජනතාවට.
මේ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්පුට් එකක් දෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද අපිට බෑ බලයටපත් වෙන රජය මොකද්ද කියලා තීරණය කරන්න. නමුත් අපි මොකක් හරි ඉන්ෆ්ලුවෙන්ෂල් පෝස්ට් එකක් වෙන්න ඕන. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඩිරෙක්ට් කරන්න ඕන දිශාව. ඒක තමයි
හරි. එතන තමයි මම එන්න හදන්නේ. ඒ දිශාවට මේ කවුරු හරි කමක් නැහැ. ඉන්න රජය විත්තියට හේතු කරලා මෙන්න මේ ටික සම්මත කරගත යුතුයි කියන තැනට අපි සිස්ටම් එක හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ සිස්ටම් එක හදාගන්නේ නැතුව දැන් මේ දේශපාලන පක්ෂ බලයට එන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ හරි. අපි මේ ටික කරන්න. අපි අර ටික කරන්න. ඔය කියන පොරොන්දු ඉතිහාසෙ පුරාවටම දීගෙන ඇවිල්ලා අද වෙනකොට ඒකේ ප්‍රතිඵල රටේ ජනතාව භුක්ති විඳිනවා. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා මම දකින එකම දේ තමයි මේ අවස්ථාවේ මේ යන දිශාව අපි නිවැරදි දිශාවට ගමන් කරන්න සකස් කරගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ සකස් කරලා ඒ දිශාව හරි විදිහට ගමන් කරොත් අපිට මේ ප්‍රශ්නෙන් ගොඩ එලා ගොඩ ඇවිල්ලා අපේ රට නිවැරදි පැත්තට යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි. එහෙම නැති වුණොත් මම හිතනවා අපිට නැවතත් අඳුරු අගාධයකට යන්න වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ අවස්ථාවේ අපි සියලුම දෙනා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් විධිමත් අවධානය යොමු කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි හරියට මේක අවබෝධ කරගන්න ඕනේ. අවබෝධ කරගෙන බුද්ධියෙන් මෙතන ඉන්ටෙලෙක්චුවල් රිවොලූෂන් එකක තත්ත්වයට අපි යන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම ගියොත් මම හිතනවා මේක දැක් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. ඊළඟට අපිට මේ මම හිතන්නේ කමෙන්ට්ස් ගණනාවක් තියෙනවා. එක එක්කෙනා එක එක යෝජනාවල් කරනවා. මම හිතන්නේ එක්කෙනෙක් යෝජනාවක් තියෙනවා මේ අපිට කතාවල් නෙවෙයි ඕනේ ලංකාවට මොනවද ආධාර මේ සංවිධානය වෙන්න කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒක බොහොම නිෂ්ඵල දෙයක්. මොකද පිටරට ඉන්න අයට ලංකාවේ සංවිධානය වෙන්න මේ කරන්න පුළුවන් උදව් මොන විදියටද කියලා කියන්න බෑ. කියන්න පුළුවන් මෙන්න මේ විදියට සංවිධානය වෙනවා හොඳයි කියලා. නමුත් ඒ සංවිධානය වීමේ කටයුත්ත සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම පැවරෙන්නේ ලංකාවේ ඉන්න අයට. ඒ නිසා if someone says that they need help in Sri Lanka to organize, I can't understand that what the request is, because people people living overseas, they are not in a position to help organize the people in Sri Lanka. It is up to the people of Sri Lanka to become aware of the situation and organize themselves. And I know it is a difficult thing because there are so many groups and organizations competing with each other to gain popularity. So it's a difficult situation, but I don't know whether...
Can I comment, Lionel?
Yeah, no, because we have a set of speakers. I'm just making comments because there are some...
Precisely in response to what you're saying.
Okay, all right. Only two
I have made very clear what we need by way of help to organize. We need a secretariat or an embassy that can take our voice out to the world, to the press, and to other countries. That is something the diaspora can do and must do if it wants to help us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nirmal. And
I second that. Actually, I strongly support that recommendation. I think this is what is needed right now. We'll talk about it later on in the program.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good thing if we can do it. But one of the issues is that there are, like in Sri Lanka, there are many organizations overseas as well, right? And they also have competing interests. They have different states. Some of them represent the government, some of them are not. And so we have to be very careful in what we are doing. And we have already talked about what we need to do, the need for international advocacy, as Nirmalan correctly said. But then we have to discuss that in a formal way and do it, right? This is the first discussion. The aim of this meeting is to express solidarity of overseas Sri Lankans to the people of Sri Lanka, right? And it is good that we get constructive ideas from the global community as to what we need to do, and that is always welcome, all the constructive proposals, and we have to take them up at a later stage. I don't think we can do it now. Thank you. The next speaker, I will invite, if Mr. Sanjay Sedara available. Mr. Sanjay Sedara.
Lionel, before you continue, there are two people with their hands up. One was Vicky and one was me.
No, this is not the discussion session.
Okay, you have to wait till then.
We will let you speak.
Okay.
But at because we have a couple of other speakers, only a few. Okay, we will be coming to the discussion session very soon. Is Mr. Sanjay Sedara there? No. Okay, Mr. Rahul Jayasinghe from Atlanta, USA.
Hi all, my name is Rahul Jayasinghe. I am joining this from South Carolina, United States. This is mainly to give our solidarity and then give our support to the Sri Lankans, like our brothers and sisters live in Sri Lanka. We just want to show our kind of, how we care of you guys, and then what we are trying to do our best. And this is just a showing up, and we will try our best to the way that we can help you on this situation, to come up with this sad situation. I see a lot of Americans from states joining here, and I'm just representative here, but there are a lot of people other, they can express their views later. The main thing is just to show that even though we are living outside the country, we care of you guys, and we will try our best to help to get out from this the sad situation in Sri Lanka. අයිබෝන් හැමෝටම මට අපිට කියන්න තියෙන මම ජොයින් මගේ නම රාහුල ජයසිංහ මම මේක සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ සවුත් කැරොලිනා යුනයිටඩ් ස්ටේට්ස් වලින් මේ ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපදයෙන්. ඉතින් අපි මේ ඇත්තටම අද අපි මේ රැස්වීම ආරමුණත් එක්ක අපි ලංකාවේ මේ ප්‍රශ්නෙට අපේ තියෙන දායකත්වය කොහොමද දෙන්නේ කියන එක ගැන තීරණය කරන්න සහ අපි ඒ ගැන අවධානයෙන් ඉන්නවා කියන එක ගැන අපේ තියෙන උද්‍යෝගය පෙන්වන්න තමයි සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද හැමෝටම ස්තුතියි. අපි ඉස්සරහට කතා කරන්න යනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Thank you, Rahul. Mr. Sedara or Mr. Pannipitiya? No, they don't seem to be here. Okay, I think is there anybody who wishes to speak now, but it should be brief, 2 to 3 minutes maximum, and also whatever you say needs to be respectful towards all others, and shouldn't advocate violence with regard to any issue. So I would open up this for discussion.
Thank you, Lionel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lionel. May I have 2 words? This is Ganga from California.
Thank you, Ganga.
I know you said that we can't contribute to organize, but I've proven that wrong. We can, despite we are in other side of the world, we can have a presence in social media and can organize Sri Lankans and our friends and our families, colleagues, to resist this tyranny. That is always possible. As someone said, if you're going to organize an international secretariat or something similar, that we can lobby the foreign governments, especially in the United States. We can lobby our congressmen and our senators and do a lot more by a collective effort than trying to do this single-handedly. We do have enormous presence in the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other European countries where we can all pool together and we can fund, we can contribute, just like the Tamil diaspora used to do. We can now forget our racial differences, Tamils, Muslims, Sinhalese, anybody collectively form a Sri Lankan diaspora and work together to have a country for all of us to live peacefully in a democratic fashion. So I think maybe this is a good start, but we really need to have ambassadors in all these countries, all these states, and all these provinces to work together, lobby their government representatives to create a global, more like influential presence. So that's it.
Thank you, Ganga.
Hello, it's Charles Parel.
Give me a second, Charles. Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ganga. I think it's a very, very useful, constructive idea. Now, if we can discuss that idea further, maybe in a following session or maybe at the end of this session, as to how that embassy could be constituted, right? Which should be representative of the diversity, representative of the geographical locations and so on. So I'm just making a point, that's all. Charles, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to lots of, contributions from ladies and gentlemen.
If you could please be closer to your microphone.
Yeah. I listened to lots of valuable input regarding this, but what I'm seeing now is sooner rather than later, the present regime might be thrown out. So when that's thrown out, I would suggest a caretaker government should be in place, not necessarily who would be in charge, but it's just a caretaker government. And then we might have to mold a person or a team of people to take over the country. So I think it's coming. So I think we need to be prepared. And if we can contribute towards that, I think that would be a good thing. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Now, the order in which hands are raised, I can't observe, but I will go by what is appearing in front of me on the screen. Now, Renuka, is that you want to make a contribution? No? Okay. Vicky Kannan. You have raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and dear friends. I'm from Melbourne. The couple of things I wanted to talk to. There's nothing that I'm going to talk apart from the other brothers and friends who have highlighted. I think what we need to come up with is that the great idea about creating that consortium and then give the pressure from the diaspora, and we have now a great opportunity to work together. And this is a very power of energy platform that we have. If you miss this opportunity, that you're going to lose a lot. So I think there's a couple of things. People have to come out from this day to day, that their basic needs to be fulfilled before they can think of a political solution. So hopefully that there is a solution for that. The second thing is, I think this regime has to go, and then also the later that how this regime can be punished, that's another story of it. But this shouldn't stop at that. I think both communities have given a lot to this regime. So I think overall, I think this power of this unity has to come now. So thank you so much for inviting us as well.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Next it is Shobha.
Thanks, Lionel. Look, I understand you can't achieve everything in 2 minutes flat. I have been following, like you have, these issues for over the last 30 years. Someone is washing up or something. There's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah.
Could we possibly mute everyone? And
give me a second. I will mute all, and then you will have to unmute. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Unmute and you can speak.
Thank you, Lionel. So we can't fix everything in 5 seconds. This issue and these disputes have been going on, and conflict and corruption for over 30 years. We don't have to keep repeating history. I think everyone on this call is fully aware of all the atrocities and the history over the last 30 years. So could we please move forward and come up with some solutions that everyone agrees to? There are people within Sri Lanka. I'd like to hear their voices. I also would like a brief translation after each speaker speaks. You don't have to employ anyone to... Excuse me, can I finish what I'm saying?
Give me a second. Give me a second. I have to again unmute. Yeah. All right. Because they are now at the... Sorry, I will take a second. There are simultaneously several... Oh my God. There are several physical meetings that are occurring throughout Australia simultaneously, in Melbourne, in Perth, and I think in Brisbane. So they are trying to stream it to us so that we are aware. But we can't do that. We can just see them. We can't listen to their speeches. So Shobha, Please go ahead.
Thank you, Lionel. Look, I appreciate that we are having, I live in Canberra or nearby. I understand we have lots of protest rallies all through every single capital city in Australia. I'm sure that around the world, there are lots of people up in arms about these issues. So Lionel, can we have another meeting in a week or less? Could we not have speakers talking ad nauseum? We want solutions, not, we don't want history to keep being repeated to us. This is re-triggering people and the trauma that people have already suffered. We would like to know a constructive way. The United Nations will not get involved in an internal issue within a country. We need to do something ourselves. So the people power needs to be harnessed. We need to show our support to Sri Lankans who are being oppressed in Sri Lanka. And we need to organize the diaspora in New Zealand, in California, in the whole of the United States, in Australia. So can we come up with some concrete solutions? So I've said my piece. I want to listen to all the others. There was a whole list. I think there's Hiranjan, Lasantha, Devin. You can't see people's hands raised on your screen, Lionel?
I can, but because there is... Hold on. This is the Federation Square, all right, in Melbourne. I have to mute. I don't know. I have to find. Now, what is the screen? Ranjit, do you see?
Could you mute everyone again?
Yeah, I have to mute all, and then you can come again. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Shobha, you have finished?
Yeah, I think basically, can we go through the list of hands raised? I can rattle them off to you if you want, Lionel. Initially, after me, there's Hiranjan, Lasantha, Devin, Nalin, iPhone, I don't know who that is,
Yeah, okay,
Jnanasena,
okay,
Swarna,
Yeah,
Jayampati, Johan, Sri Lanka,
Okay, thank you,
Upendra,
Shobha. Yeah.
Bandara. If you want more, I can keep telling you.
No.
Okay, thank you, Lionel.
Thank you, Shobha.
Dr. Bopage, if I may interrupt shortly, I think I heard the name Jayampati, so maybe Dr. Vikram Ratna is here. Perhaps we can invite him to address the forum.
Right. I will see whether actually there should be two. Now, is Mr. Sedar here? You will have to unmute and tell whether you are present. Mr. Sedar, Sanjay Sedar. No. Jayampati, are you here?
Yes, Lion. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 5 minutes you get, and yeah. Without
on behalf, I speak.
There is a lot of commotion about people speaking about the history. So sort of, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think I speak from Switzerland on behalf of like-minded Sri Lankans in Switzerland. I just want to express our solidarity with our fellow Sri Lankans in Sri Lanka who have been trying to protest peacefully against the present situation in Sri Lanka. And unfortunately, the government has taken the extreme step of imposing a state of emergency and following that up with curfew and also complete banning the social media, I mean, blocking social media. So the people have lost their freedom of expression. That's what is happening just now. But then there is a larger problem, which is the economic issue, and which appears not to be going away for some time. So we need some collective effort how to get the economy back and how to get the scarcities, how the scarcities can be, that issue of scarcities could be solved. But then there is the further problem. What do we do next?
Can I talk?
What do we do next?
Hello?
Please wait. Let Dr. Jayampati Kramat.
What do we do next? We have bad experiences, especially of 2015. We had expected change in 2015. There was change. But we could not get the change that the people decide, and the change we managed to effect also has been reversed in terms of the 20th Amendment. So we need to discuss all this. We need to patiently discuss and find solutions to this, and so that there will be no repetition of both the economic issues and also the very serious political issues that have unfolded during the last couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jampati. Hold on for a second. Yeah, thanks. Okay. If Mr. Sedra is here, he says he is here, but either he can't hear or is Mr. Sedra in? Mr. Sanjay?
Yeah, I'm here. Could hear you. Could hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr.
So
Bopage, thank you so much.
Give me a second. Give me a second. If you could be closer to the microphone, because there is a lot of reverberation. And yeah, if you introduce yourself and from where you are and so on. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Bopage, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak to our wonderful forum here. My name is Sanjay Sedara. I'm originally from
No, we can't hear you. Your connection is seems to be pretty bad.
Because currently in Brisbane, silent protesting. Okay.
Can I talk? I'm speaking from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, okay. While Mr. Sedra is getting ready, yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Actually, I have been listening to this forum since the beginning. So what we are talking about, all the history and everything. But as Sri Lankan, I'm now living in Sri Lanka. I'm an engineer by profession. And what we need to do is solution. Actually, we are planning to do some immediate solution for our economy. And we are trying to make a platform for that. If we are actually inviting all foreign expats to support us for this platform to get dollars to Sri Lanka. And what we have planned so many things. We can share it with you later on. If you can come up with solution, still we can add to that. And now we need to do some lot of things to improve our economy, and then we can change this government and everything. But Sri Lankan people are suffering badly because of this corrupted government since the independence. ඒක නිසා මම කැමති ගොඩක් කතා කරන්න. අපි දැන් ප්ලැට්ෆෝම් එකක් හදාගෙන යනවා, හැම දෙනාටම සහභාගී වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකෙන් අපි ඩොලර් ඉන්ෆ්ලෝ එකක් තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ ලංකාවට. ඒක කරන්නේ රටේ තියෙන සම්පත් භාවිතා කරලා ඒවා සමහර ඒවා එක්ස්පෝර්ට් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒවා. ඒ රටවල් වල ඉන්න කට්ටිය, we are inviting you all to find buyers for us. So we will coordinate with the manufacturers and suppliers, so we can make a good market in there. So that's why we are trying to do. If you can all help us to do all these things, so we really appreciate. Our we make a website and everything. We call it We Sri Lankan. So we will share it later on, and we need your support to find buyers, suppliers, and all these things. And then we can make a good market. Then from that on, we can take dollars to Sri Lanka. So then we can solve some problem here. Then we will think further what we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nanda. Thank you. And yeah, if you could put that proposal to this, because in Sri Lanka, I would like to make a comment. It is a good proposal, and there are people who are interested in investing and helping the economic development. But the issue is, unless there are mechanisms to address the accountability, transparency issues, because there have been so many corrupt systems in Sri Lanka. So unless we can ensure that, I don't think people will be willing to contribute. So please put your thing, put your proposal, and we will circulate it. And we can help.
We are not expecting.
Please.
we are not expecting, I mean, the industry or something like that. But what we are trying to do is we try to sell things, we try to make it, sell it in the international market. So then we are not working with the government or anything. It's independent
I will have to
body.
mute
What we are
everybody
trying-
because there are disturbances and everybody is speaking together and we can't hear anything. Okay, there are some others also speaking at the same time. Now, in any meeting, I think those who have participated in any meeting, they should have some sort of discipline, code of conduct, where if someone speaks, the others don't disturb. All right. Nandana, you can respond, but I will give you only 1 minute. We can't hear you. Your microphone is mute. No, Mr. T. Nandana.
Can you hear now?
Before we go to the next speaker, something is happening. Somebody would like to make a remark because there are many attendees who will not. Somebody is listening to the live stream and they are posting that I don't know what is happening. Suresh on left. So it is a very unfortunate situation. We can't provide simultaneous translations because we couldn't do it at the moment. Sorry. Okay, Nandana, 1 minute.
Yeah, actually, we are focusing on every industry in the country. We can make products and we need international market to find to make a dollar inflow. This is not related to any government or anything. What we're trying to do is coordinate with the parties, buyers or suppliers in there, so we can send the products. And the other thing is we are focusing on Middle East area. We asked about 3 million people in there. We asked all of them to find one employment opportunity in there. So we try to coordinate with here, and we coordinate with that country, and we are trying to send some people in there. Immediately we can get dollars from that area. So we have some immediate solution, and there are some projects we can look for long-term solution. So this is what we are planning to do actually.
Okay, thank you, Nandana. Please send your proposal, in writing so that we can
definitely.
It. Okay, thank you. All right. Next, Hiranjan. Hiranjan, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Good forum here, and I would like to get the support of all communities abroad in Sri Lanka. We'll get together and do good to Sri Lanka, and we also need to make a check on these corrupt politicians, make them accountable for what they have done, and we need this the communities support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjan. That's short and sweet. Okay, Lasanta. Okay.
Hello.
Lasanta.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, I'm Lasanta. I'm actually from Sri Lanka. I just want to make some clarifications. These peaceful protests were started by the educated public mainly, right? And this is the first time, I think, in a long time that this has happened, right? But unfortunately, there were other people who were trying to make up by the general public who go wild and all that, but it is by the educated public. It started I think in Kohuala, and then it started all over, right? But as you know, there were other political elements that were trying to actually pin their bandwagon onto this. And I think that is why this third became a big buzz. Anyway, that is just a clarification. We thank you for all the good ideas, but we must understand, that to do all this, to change the constitution and to do all this, you have to win an election, right? And over the past 70 years, the political parties in this country have laid a machinery right? Laid down a machinery in the villages, right? So unless we have a human resource of 15 to 30,000 people to infiltrate the 15,000 plus Gram Niladhari divisions, all what we talk will remain as talk, right? So my appeal to all the Sri Lankans abroad on behalf of the Avankalanka Foundation, which I represent, is, what we have is a total breakdown of integrity. And if we want to establish integrity, we have to bring in a new system. All that is true, but we need to have that power. And how do we do that power, get that power, is we need to invest in these villages, right? And to infiltrate these villages. So my appeal to you is, please see how you can support not us, but an initiative of a similar nature financially, so that we who are here can actually do the job, right? And get these things that you're talking of. Because otherwise, this people's power, all this will remain talk, right? Because we can't do anything without winning an election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasanta. Thank you.
Hello.
Next it will be Devin Veerasurya. Please, I'm going by what appears on my screen. So we will have to wait for your turn unless you have some urgency. Okay. Next it is turn of Devin Veerasurya.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Lionel, for organizing this. It's much appreciated. I completely agree with the previous suggestion to formulate a secretariat and influence whomever we can. I do not agree that UN is completely does not hear within country protests at all. In fact, there are several instances where UN has heard within country protests, and in conjunction with what the UNHCR HRC is doing right now, it may have ring even more bells. So I think do not discount the UN, but obviously within countries, there can be significant pressure can be influenced. The second point that I want to make is that I do not think we should discount the existing political parties at all, because there are many people within those parties who are very conscientious and want to do the right thing by the people and are not at all in the same league as the Rajapaksas. So I think we need to find a way, but we need to manage that risk that many people have spoken of. So I will very quickly translate, paraphrase that in Sinhala as well, because of the people in Sri Lanka. Mage adhasa kaling යෝජනා කරපු පරිදි මෙතන යම්කිසි මේ සමුළුවේ ලේකම් කාර්යාලයක් තුලින් ජාත්‍යන්තරව යම් යම් ක්‍රියාමාර්ග ගන්නවා නම් ඒකට සම්පූර්ණයෙන් මම ඒකට මම කැමතියි. එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ සංවිධානය කොයි විදිහින්වත් එතන ඒගොල්ලන්ට යම්කිසි අවශ්‍යතාවයක් නැහැ කියන එක සිතන්න හොඳ නැහැ. මොකද වෙනත් අනිත් අවස්ථාවල එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ සංවිධානය ඒවට මැදිහත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් එක එක රටවල් තුල පැහැදිලිවම ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. දෙවැනි අංකය තමයි ලංකාව තුල තිබෙන දේශපාලන පක්ෂ ඒවා කොයි විදිහින්වත් ඒවා මේ කරන දෙයින් කොන් කළා තියාගන්න සුදුසු නෑ. මොකද මේ පක්ෂ තුල හිතයිෂී පුද්ගලයෝ කීප දෙනෙක්ම ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ පාර්ලිමේන්තුව වල කතා කරලා මේකේ ගැටිලා පළපුරුද්ද උවමනාව තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කවදාවත් රාජපක්ෂලගේ මිනුම් දන්නේ මනිනික සුදුසු නෑ. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා යම් විදිහකින් ඒත් එක්කත් සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න ඕනේ. එච්චරයි මට කියන්න තියෙන්නේ. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
හරි දෙවින් මේ ලංකාවෙන්ද එකතු වෙන්නේ නැත්නම්?
මේ මම එකතු වෙන්නේ වික්ටෝරියා ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Can we have Sanjay Sedara, please?
Hello.
Yeah, Sanjay.
Next in line is me. Why are you
Sanjay
in the
was
line?
okay. Give me a second, Nalin. I will give you the chance next because Mr. Sedara was one of the speakers, but he couldn't join, so I will give him a chance just to finish.
Come on time.
We will be continuing this for 3-4 hours, this session. So anybody will be able to contribute. I know that everybody is under time pressure, but I mean, that is the way we can conduct a global rally. Okay, Mr. Sedara, quickly. No. Okay, Mr. Nalin, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm speaking from Sri Lanka. I will be very short and sweet. My view is that there were some speakers earlier also who were talking about system changes. System change, not only these speakers, there are many people in Sri Lanka also talking that we need to have a system change. There is no point having the master changed, but the syllabus has to be changed, and so on and so forth. So my appeal to you all is that in this country, such new ideas are blocked, especially from the media. They call it Majara Madhya. They always bring only their selected crowd to TV channels, whether it is state TV or private TVs. They have selected crowds. They don't allow any other views to come in. So is there any possibility for you all being an international organization to at least find some way of getting these views into international media, at least some strips going underneath their media channels to expose? Now, one example would be, I'm not specifically talking about him, but Mr. Nagananda, who has brought in new ideas and new constitution, the local media is blocking him. Not only him, there are several others. So please try and give an opportunity for these views to come out. Then only a new system change can be brought in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nalin. Next, it is iPhone, but I don't know who it is because he hasn't identified, put a name to his phone. Is there anybody?
Hello?
Is there anybody?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
Can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
My name is Mangala Boywood. I'm from Sri Lanka. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Yes. Okay. I was a banker. Now, what I see is now for the last 2 weeks, our economy has shrunk from 82 billion to 62 billion with the rupee depreciation. This country, our debt point of view, right? We can sort out everything if you can manage to find $5 to $6 billion. I think that our diaspora can really get together and make the pressure to the government to bring the law and order and against the corruption. I think we can put this country back the track. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thanks.
Now iPhone. Is there anybody who behind?
Hello.
Mrs. Swarna Gunaratna.
Hello. Mrs. Swarna Gunaratna.
Miss Swarna, sorry. Swarna.
Swarna.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello to everyone. Hello to everyone. You know, it's I don't know. I think that there is a bad connection or something. It repeats back.
Could you give me a second, Swarna? Swarna, give me a second.
Okay.
The previous Zoom user, he hasn't muted, so there is sound coming back, echoing.
Yeah.
So can
Yes.
we either mute or because I can't find you on my list. All right, please go ahead.
The bank.
Hello. Hello. Actually, I wanted to make a point to one of the speakers talked about a caretaker government, right? And we are talking about what is going to happen after all these demonstration, and if you get rid of the government, and what is going to happen. There's a lot of disturbances here.
Yeah, there are. I will mute all again, and if you could come back and unmute, okay? Yeah, please unmute and speak, Swarna.
Yeah, so what I see is in Sri Lanka right now is our all party leaders in the opposition that they are trying to do their own agenda. And what we should, as diaspora, I think we should pressurize our party leaders, the opposition party leaders, to work together, right? And find a solution together, because I think most of you, if you remember in 2015 how we got rid of Rajapakshas was that working together and coming as a one group. And then we had to we were able to get rid of them, and we thought that for good. But unfortunately the Yahapalanya government, what they had done actually had created all these problems. But what I am suggesting is, like, as a group, we should come up with some specifics, to show our support in this situation. As a lot of people talked about, the main thing is the law and order. And without a law and order, the country can never prosper, right? And law and order, and then the eliminating corruption. Like, we should make some points and say, we are going to support to whomever going to the caretaker government or something, and we are going to support them. But we want to see where these principles, like these the specifics are being met by the caretaker government. So I think it's important for us to discuss and come to a one as a one voice. I'm sorry, I think there are still a lot of...
Again, there are disturbances.
Yeah, but I mean, that is a point I wanted to make it. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Swarna. Thank you. And are you speaking from Australia?
Oh, no, I'm from Calgary, Canada.
Canada, okay.
Yes, I'm Calgary,
right.
Canada.
Thank you very much. Okay, next it is Johan. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it rightly. Johan.
Yeah, thank you, Lana. Yeah, you got my
very badly, no?
I will again mute all, and if you could, Johan, please unmute yourself and come. Yeah, Johan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for the conference, Lana. I see the biggest problem in Sri Lanka in its 40-year-old constitution, which has been amended 20 times already. And the problem I see in the constitution is, number one, it lays no minimum standards for our representatives in terms of integrity, in terms of people who have been previously found fault with bribery, etc. The second point is, it lays no minimum preconditions for political parties. We know how the UMP has deteriorated down from the first party ever to one MP today. This is because of the dictatorship within the party. We can't be a democracy if political parties run as dictatorships. The third thing I see is the way amendments are made. We must have amendments made after proper consultation, not by the MPs, but through a referendum. For this, we need to restructure a constitution by all knowledgeable people who, and learning from all the past mistakes, put it forward to a referendum by the people. For example, in 77, when JR did this, if you read the constitution, you'll find the first paragraph saying, this is made by the people, which is not true. It was JR's 5-6 majority that changed the constitution. And today we are stuck with that. I also see today, as someone else said, various political parties are jostling to gain control. Why can't we, the diaspora or all the diasporas together, petition them to unite for one purpose? That is to impeach the president and go for a caretaker government with a specific time period, bring in a new constitution, and through that method, we can reset the system as everyone keeps talking about. Of course, we have to have a parallel system that helps the economy, which is down on its knees. And I think there has to be a separate discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, Bandara. Hello, Bandara, are you there? We are moving on. Malka, Mr. Malka Hewarachige, can you unmute yourself and speak, please?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Madhav Lokati. I am California, USA. So I wanted to point out two factors. The first one, I think, so we should have a actually. So now today we are discussing something, and we can meet next meeting. But you know that, so we don't have any I mean that. So there should be a secretary. There should be some people representing the each country, and there should be an international organization. I think this is the first time I participate this kind of forum. I'm so very happy about that, because in this situation in Sri Lanka, so we have to support them. The second thing I wanted to mention that, so we should have actually there should be a fund, so we can help to the people that they need. You know that there are so many people are suffering the situation in Sri Lanka now. So I think the most important thing, so if we have any fund, so then we can help them. I think there are a couple of people mentioned about that. So if you can, Mr. Lionel, so we can represent each and every countries. And today, if you can make a committee to raise a fund, I would like to donate something, because we learn from people's money, and we have to do something for our country. So then that's the thing I need to mention. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maka, and I think you're making a very valid point. But the issue would be that we have to establish some form of an organization, sort of have an organization structure, and then only we can have a fund. Or otherwise, sort of what would happen is we won't be able to be accountable for the funds we collect, as has happened in many places. Okay, thank you. We will take that point on board. Thank you. All right. Next, it is Bandara. Are you there?
Lionel, did Sanjay Sedara get a chance to speak?
No, is he there? That's a problem. I want to find out whether his name is there, but I can't find the name on my participant list. And so I can't call him. I don't know what has happened. Anyway, if he's there, I would like to give him a chance. Mr. Marsuk.
Yes, thank you. I thought I will never get an opportunity because of the long list. Well, I'm Marzuk from London. I'm an activist. I've been, now I must say a little bit of my background. I'm 81 years old. I've been following Sri Lankan events politics, having been in the UNPSLF, United Front, so on. I've been a keen supporter of the JVP and now the national NPP. Now, let me just remind the offer that I have made to translate the initial submissions made by you, Comrade Bopege, and the other chief speakers. If they could give me the summary of their presentations, either be in Sinhala, English, or Tamil, I will translate in one of those languages and email to you so that you can circulate them. Let it be brief summaries. I cannot do lengthy translations as much as possible. Of course, it will be first a Google and correction by me. Next, I come to, we are discussing various things. I've been involved in the UK since I arrived in 2005 in various
Comrade,
field promotions with various.
can I disturb you? I will have to mute all again, and then you have to unmute, okay? Because there is a lot of disturbance. I don't know why people don't mute themselves. Okay. You have to unmute. Mr. Masuk, you have to unmute.
I've been involved since I arrived in the UK in 2005 with various groups promoting peace, anti-LTT campaign, promoting peace, communal harmony, with various interfaith activities and various organizations, Tamils, Muslims, and Sinhalese. Then what I've learned is we in the diaspora or living overseas can discuss various things. We have different views. But what is important is what we could do in the ground. Today, the situation is this: government is so fortified with the 20th Amendment, with a majority, still a majority in the comfortable majority in the parliament. And again, organized private militias. Let us remember that as Mussolini process of armed trained men to support this government, right? It is, we know that we can feel slightly that they are responsible in going and creating disturbances in the NPP meeting and various things. So they are behind this sort of creating trouble. I suspect that they are the people who are behind this disturbance or interference and causing unnecessary problems, even when these unorganized groups like in Miriana or even today, if they walk out, they might create some problems. Now, what is left us is we discuss various things, investments, helping the people and so on. What is practicable, I think, is to do something in the ground. Now, to do in the ground in Sri Lanka, what is the organization? We must have an organization. We living overseas cannot, I mean, with our diverse views, cannot, of course, we might be able to do something, talking to the foreign government, you and so on, UK, UN, USA, India, they have their own agendas, use political situation for their own global advantage. They are not concerned seriously about the plight of the people in Sri Lanka. So it is we who are concerned of the people of the plight of the country that we have to do something. Now, what are we going to do? We must have some organization in the ground. I will put it frankly without any reservation. Even Dr. Jayampati Vikramarat will agree that in 2015, when the Rajapaksas were defeated, the JVP at that time, although the other main parties, UNP played a portrait role outside, the JVP in the ground mobilized the people to go against the Rajapaksas. And you know that the manipulations done by the UNP and other parties in watering down the 19th Amendment, right? And later on paving the to others to come in and the 20th Amendment and so on. And today the only organization, we might have differences, that can lead the country and take the people, bring about a political change, then work for the system change, is only the NPP, which has a diverse participation. So I would invite all these participants in this forum to think of their policies. Now, at the forum discussion we had on Friday, the representative of the NPP, I think Dr. or Anil, may I correct his name, Abe Ratna or somebody, He made a wonderful presentation, clear presentation of what the NPP is thinking of for the circuit, for immediate solution and for long-term solutions. I would invite all the participants here to look into those. We can keep on discussing, but we must arrive at a solution. Immediate solution is necessary. This government must go somehow or other, but they are fortified with the 20th Amendment and the majority that they have in the parliament, and I said with the support of the militias. But the only organization or the outfit, the group that can face up to the situation in the ground is the NPP. So I invite all of you to think at that direction. That's all I have got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Marsuk. All right, because there are some more online to talk. Now, there is somebody under the name M. Who is behind that? His chance. Otherwise, you know, sort of, I will have to move on.
Sorry, that's me. Can I speak, please? Thank you.
Yeah, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Mohsin. I'm from Sydney, Australia.
Okay.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. I really think that what the diaspora, I have been messaging on the chat forum, is that the diaspora can act as a what we call in Australia, the opposition has a shadow government, where they oversee the activities of the government very closely and scrutinize and be vocal whenever, you know. I know that's the role of the opposition back in Sri Lanka, but the organization, the diaspora, can also be useful if things are really not going the way it ought to go, by talking to our local MPs or the local media overseas, or any other organizations that may have some clout back home in Sri Lanka. So that's my view. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry about that. Okay. Next, it is Nisi, NISI. If you could identify yourself and please go ahead.
Mr. Bopage, thank you. I came into this forum by purely by accident, but I am glad that I came, and I'm so happy to hear none of the speakers here had any particular political agenda. They all spoke in general, just like the people in Sri Lanka today is speaking. I am one of the people who is a Sri Lankan who happened to think since there are disturbances again, please. Can you mute everybody, please?
I will mute all, and then you will have to.
I have to wait for about half an hour and go. That's all.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm back here again. This is Dan speaking from Los Angeles. Like I said, as everyone in Sri Lanka and all over the world, I am one of the people who are fed up with corruptions in Sri Lanka. Since 1978 until today, the country went from bad to worse. All parties involved was heavily involved in corruption, and the people now are coming into the streets to say that we don't want the UNP, we don't want the JVP, we don't want the SLFP, we don't want any of the political parties, we don't want anybody who is in parliament today. That is where the people are. But the danger here is now these people who are rejecting all parties, all experienced politicians, don't seem to have any plans to form a government. When they come into the streets, when they protest, if the leaderships leave, let's say the Rajapaksas and all government ministers and MPs leave, then what will happen to the country? it will be in utter chaos. It will be a lawless place. It will be more devastating than what it is today. So this forum, are you guys organizing? Are you guys guiding these people in Sri Lanka who are fed up with everyone to actually have a plan to organize, to form a government if the current government fails? So I know that everybody is speaking, but nobody came up with the idea. This is how we are going to help. This is how we are going to resolve this issue. People are fed up. I understand that. I am a lifelong supporter of SLFP. My father lost the job in 1980. Jayawardene sent him home. My brother lost the job. I have always been with SLFP, but today I am independent. I am thinking that yes, corruption is bad for the country. Corruption is what brought the country to the situation in which we are today. People don't want any of the parties, but nobody seems to have the plan. This is what we are going to do to rescue the country. I think it is going to be very dangerous to remove everyone and have a lawless place without leaderships. This is going to be more devastating than it is today. Now there is a system in place. They are having elections from time to time. But if anarchy takes over, then there will be dire consequences for the people of the country. I want to know from you all, do you have any plans? Do you have any way of organizing something to say that this is what we propose? There are educated people here. There are doctors, lawyers, engineers, professors, politicians, people with various degrees and diplomas. But no one spoke here so far to say that the immediate problem right now is people want a system change. And when the people come into the streets, take the country away from the leadership that is in place right now, what the people will be doing.
Okay, thank you very much. And you are Mr. Gunaratna?
Lan Vijay Singh.
Okay, Mr. Vijay Singh, thank you very much for your contribution. I think you have made very valid points, but that means, sort of it cannot come from one person or one individual or so. I think my personal view is that it has to be a collective exercise. So we need to have some sort of an organizational means of achieving that. We tried to do it a couple of years back, but then, sort of the response from the people were not so positive. Okay, thank you. Next, it is, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 others who have raised. It is Priyanka Krishna.
Hi, Krishna with
Hi,
you.
Priyanka, sorry. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hi, no problem. It's Priyanka. Thank you so much, everyone, for organizing this call. My name is Priyanka. I'm a student that's based, Sri Lankan student that's based in the US right now. It's great to hear from other Sri Lankans around the world who care so much about our country. It's clear that we've been divided as a country for so long, and I hope that this current crisis becomes a moment where we can sustain this unity. I'm working with some other students in DC, Sri Lankan students and young professionals who are based in DC, to organize, to put pressure on the government, and looking to see here if there is anyone who knows of any other Sri Lankans in the Washington, DC area. And if you can, please reach out to me. I'm going to post a link in the chat. And hopefully, if you can share that with anyone you know, that would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka. I think what we could do is probably, because there are many people who have come to join this discussion, And at least some of the people I know, but many of them I don't know. So basically, if they could provide their at least contact details, the name and an email address or a phone number or whatever, if you could put that on the chat, I can save that and use it in future for any communication. Thank you. And next is Tikiri. Tikiri.
Hi, thanks a lot, Mr. Bopage, for organizing this meeting. I got the link maybe about 30 minutes before, and I feel so grateful. And to all the Sri Lankans who have tuned in from Sri Lanka, a giant big hug. At this point, it's just an air hug. And we are all convening to give you real relief, planning for ways to give real relief. So don't despair. It's a hard time. Some people have already lost their lives standing in line. Some of you may despair. Sri Lankans are people who like to provide for their families. And when they fail to do so, for whatever reason, some people even may be driven to commit suicide. At this point, this situation, this is blood on the hands of the finance minister of Sri Lanka, because he is the finance minister, and for the dollar depreciation, all of these things, he needs to take responsibility and resign. That is the first thing to show that there is a real resolution in Sri Lankan politics to correct this situation. The finance minister needs to resign. So, and I am saying, I'm in Los Angeles, and I've been dealing with my own issues and my private life. But when this situation in Sri Lanka became so dire, I had to forget about my needs. And I think this is a foreigner. The finance minister in Sri Lanka is actually a foreigner. He's a foreign national. He's a US citizen. And anyone who is a naturalized citizen knows that we take an oath. And the oath is loyalty to the United States and the flag. So we have actually an American who is the finance minister. And my question is, if he has gone on record saying that, in his words, that it's okay to have a black market, you have to think there's corruption where he's responsible. How can he say a black market is okay when people are not sending money through the correct channels? How come is he invested in the black market? So he's a foreign national who is saying it's good to have a black market. And I'm thinking, how can we turn a blind eye? People need to call for his immediate resignation, and a complaint needs to be made to the government of the United States that a United States citizen could possibly be defrauding a foreign government, just like that ambassador has now agreed to in DC. This is a similar situation. So I think we need to create a stir within the international community. This is a prime example of how these small countries become so corrupt and become like despots and throw their people to the streets and treat them like dogs. And that's not okay. This is not a time, this is not a monarchy. And so my thing is, that is where it first starts. The finance minister is responsible. And the fact that the brothers are the president and the prime minister, it's just a circumstantial thing. But if it wasn't the case, the finance minister is currently the most responsible person for this. And apparently he hasn't even met with the governor of the central bank in months. He has been warned about this. So can we think that this is an engineered crisis? Is he trying to make some private deal with a foreign country? We have to ask these questions. So my heart bleeds for the people of Sri Lanka, and and the goods are not available even if money is sent. And and if money is sent, we know what happened with the tsunami. what happened to that money that flooded into the country from all over the world, from foreigners and everyone? So just money being sent to Sri Lanka doesn't help. This is this corruption has to stop right here with the resignation of the finance minister and the people above him who haven't kept him in check, who happen to be his brothers. So it's a very simple argument here, and you cannot turn away from that. And that is currently what I would like to say, because the dollar has to be stabilized, and who is standing in the way? That has to be investigated. How come they are paying debts of Sri Lankan debt to foreign bondholders? Are they doing that? Are they somehow connected to the bondholders overseas through some offshore dubious systems? I mean, these are the questions to ask. Is this an engineered crisis? This cannot be allowed to go to happen.
I think you will have 1 minute more.
Okay, and I appreciate the time. That's what I want to say. I think this needs to be investigated at an international level.
Thank you, Tikiri. Thank you for your contribution. All right, next it is Janaka Ruanpura. I think there are new hands who have come up. So, all right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopage and the team for organizing this meeting. And then, of course, I really love to see that many Canadians are. Some of them are past midnight, and thank you for staying here, and as well as the other ones. But professor, as well as a senior university administrator, love to talk about how we focus, because really, of course, we were over and over again, we talk about the corruption, the problems, but I think, what we need is solutions. At the same time, we need to look at a short-term solutions and a long-term solutions. So in order to do a system change, I'm 100% behind the suggestion made by a few people here. System change. What is the system change that we have to do? The main thing is to get rid of the current system, which means in the parliamentary system, right? There is at least a no confidence motion or whatever it is to break the parliamentary so that it can actually lead to change in the presidential system. So what we have to do right now is to convince the elected members of the parliament to change their mind so vote for a system change in the parliamentary system. Otherwise, none of the things that you are suggesting are going to happen, right? We have to focus on changing the system. The people are on the streets, there's a pressure, and I highly doubt whether this corrupted government would resign, because they're so adamant and they think that they can run it next 2 years with the daily curfews. I don't think that's going to be a practical solution. So what is important, right, to influence the parliamentary system, influence the members of the parliament, and convince them so that we need to get them change that, and then convince so that with their help only, that system will change. Because otherwise, you cannot change the constitution. Dr. Bopage, can you unmute mute everybody?
I'll mute all, and then if you could come back here. Okay.
Because I think we need to look at step-by-step process, though, because at the moment, if we cannot change that, it's nearly impossible for us to talk about everything else that we are talking about, right? Of course, we can put all pressure at the international level, we can raise money, we can create a secretariat, and all that stuff can be done, but those are down the road solutions. But I think right now, what is really critical is to put for the existing government to resign. And that cannot be done if we cannot get the support from the members of the parliament. So I think what we have to do as a diasporic community is work with the local people and somehow put the pressure into the members of the parliament so that we can actually make a resolution so that they would vote against the existing system. And that might be a good way to either create a chaotic government and then put the pressure to change the presidential system, right? So that therefore, I would really would like to for you all to focus on what we call the short-term solutions, because once the short-term solutions are done, we can work together as a global community to develop long-term solutions, right? So please, in the future, all the speakers, please don't talk about the problems over and over again. Because I think, this is not the time to talk about it. I think we have to focus and get to the solutions and be focused on looking at short-term solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janaka. Thank you.
Mr. Bopage, I think we have Mr. Nagananda Kodituakku in the forum.
We have 4 more hands still. Okay. If it is a short one, of course.
Because he is joining from Sri Lanka. As we know, things are very difficult in Sri Lanka with social media being blocked. If he is in the forum, I would like him to speak now before he loses his connection.
Okay, Mr. Nagananda Kodituakku.
Yeah.
You have in 5 minutes, if you could, explain.
5 minutes. Okay, that's more than enough. I listened to, latter part of the discussion. What is the prevailing situation in the country is really, really dangerous, right? So now today, the people in this country denied everything, including right to express their views. Okay, internet is disconnected. Okay, you can't move around anywhere. And now, right now, there's something happening in the independent sphere. Opposition people are, some MPs are, they have created a situation there. These people, for the first time in the history in Sri Lanka, the ruling party and the head of the state, in the guise of their declaring independent, the emergency and the curfew in the public interest to protect the public, right? That is what they say in the law. Now, I discussed the matter with the Bar Association. We have decided to challenge it in the Supreme Court immediately. You can declare emergency, right, to protect the public, in the public interest. You can't declare emergency to protect the 225 plus the president. This is completely illegal and unfair and unjust and unreasonable. Okay, now, so you must have seen it in this Nugegoda Magistrate Court. Over 300 lawyers, they gathered there. So the judge had the courage to enforce the law as required. Okay, this is what exactly required in this country. I listened to somebody talk about the system change. No system change can be done in this country unless you get rid of all this 225 plus the president and enact the supreme law of the country, that the constitution by the people themselves. That is why I always say the people should exercise their legislative power direct. If you allow the representative to do it and you expect the justice in this country and the rule of law in this country and the independence of judiciary in this country, that will never happen. So that is what I promoted from the day one. The only way out is to take the people, to educate the people about their rights. What do you mean by the sovereignty? What is your right? You are not just another group of slaves. Do understand that you are the sovereign body in this country, not the parliament, not the president, not the cabinet of ministers, not the judges in this country. It is you. This message has to be planted in the minds of the people. Until such time, we will never solve this problem. As long as we fall in line with the political parties, of course, you will never find a solution. My solution to this problem is the system change. Get rid of this entire system, 225 plus the president, who are equally corrupt. You must have watched it about 2 weeks back when this issue was raised in Geneva. And the Geneva Human Rights Council asked GLP, why don't you get rid of this Prevention of Terrorism Act? It is something you do not want. You need not have that law in this country. He said, no, we will change the law. What is the law provides? You can have people in custody for 1.5 years. Now GLP, they say, now we are willing to reduce it for just 1 year. That amendment was brought in and the law was amended. Do you require any such law? We have a law in this country. We have a criminal law in this country, more than adequate. Why should we have such kind of a law to suppress the views of the people? That is what exactly happening today, right? Why we have to come through VPN? Why we have, brought up to such a low level today? Because the rulers, whoever rule the country, they are absolutely corrupt. They have completely abused their public office to rob this nation. Now, when the citizens of this country, wanted to express their views fearlessly, see the way they behave. This is appalling. This is very, very sad. So our duty from you, from Australia or anywhere in the world, the citizens, whoever live, Sri Lankans living anywhere in the world today, their duty is to educate the masses, the people. This is your right. Don't trust any politicians in this country. What they are doing right now, they keep the judiciary under their
firm control. This is the message which was conveyed to Nagananda by the Supreme Court on 4th of May last year. The judges informed me, in the Republic of Sri Lanka, judiciary has no independence. Until such time, you release the judiciary, you guarantee the independence of the judiciary in this country, no politician will go behind bars. That is my message to whoever live in any part of the world. You must, at least you can see it from the outside the world. There's a huge burden in you because you enjoy a better life there. I too can return to England, but I don't want to. I have come back to my motherland to serve my nation. I have gone through, I can see all what is happening in this country. Judges are kept under, tremendous, they have to perform their office under tremendous pressure. So this is the very message that I wanted to convey to all Sri Lankan community living anywhere in the world. Please do come forward, not for anything else, but to educate the citizens about their rights. And if you want to enforce the people's constitution, which introduces a clear system change, people will have in the legislature and the executive, they will have no privileges, nothing. Judiciary is absolutely free. Judges not even take oaths before the parliamentarians or the cabinet of ministers or the head of the state. Separation of power doctrine is 100% guaranteed. Accountability is 100% guaranteed. Give me just one more minute.
Yeah.
Okay, 100% guaranteed. And also, then accountability and the transparency and the due respect and regard to the people's sovereignty and the fundamental rights. There was a recent judgment delivered by the Supreme Court on 1st of December last year, just 3 months ago. Judges said, please do understand, we the judges in this country, and that judgment was again the Attorney General. And the Supreme Court judges said, we the judges in this country, we have to respect, it is our duty under Article 4D of the Constitution to defend the sovereignty in the people and defend the fundamental rights of the people of Sri Lanka. And this is the message. It is very, very difficult to plant this message in the minds of the people. I expect you all, live anywhere in the world, please do understand the agony and the very sad state of affairs in this country, the suffering of the masses. Now even they are denied the right to talk. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koditoku. Okay, now this Zoom user, if you could identify yourself and then, yeah, you get the chance.
Chan.
Your talk.
Zoom user.
It's Chan.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you identify yourself and rather than somebody else introducing you, can you introduce yourself?
Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Preeti Viraj from Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I speak now, or is it all right?
Yeah. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for thank you for Mr. Bopage and for hosting this event. I sort of introduce myself as I am a Sri Lankan Tamil, basically, but then the thing is committed to a nation building in the right way. So I was overseas and came back. But my thing is, we don't need to go into nitty-gritty of the problem because most of the people we know, because some of the things are not reason problem. Some of the things really originate from a deeper root issues. So my thing is, if we all talk about system change, then the question is, what is the alternate system you're talking about? The alternate system, when we are talking about any system change, we need to begin with an end in mind, definitely, because you can't really start like a short-term thing, yes, that is very tricky. I mean, it is really sad, but on the other hand, what is the end? So there's a saying I always remember. It says, if you always do what you have always done, you will always get what you have always got. So in that sense, there has to be a little bit of analysis of what is our problem. Because I have been overseas, I was overseas, but then when I come here after many years, 22 years, but the thing is, even here, when you really ask, okay, what is the problem? There are different versions of the answer. It is the same thing, even some of my friends overseas, they all give different answers. So is there any possibility of a forum like this to really facilitate what is the problem? Because sometimes we have a tendency, Sri Lankans, we have a very short memory. We forget very easily. Number two, we also have a very high tolerance level sometimes. But the thing is, in any crisis, there are opportunities. There are dangers as well as opportunities. So now the opportunity here is to really collectively, not from a political angle, not using the angle of the past or anything. What is the problem? Because some of us, we continue to think that what happened like maybe 50 years ago is the same problem, whether it's a minority problem or majority problem. But the issue is that if we look at the same problem with the same eyes, we will always have the same results. No matter whether we talk about a system change, the issue is that what will be the 10 minutes consequences of the system we are proposing, and an alternate thing, what is the 10 months consequences, and also what is the 10-year consequences of that. So that means we need to have a kind of a system which will really follow the good governance thing. Everyone talks about good governance, but good governance system is really rooted on accountability and being transparent. So the transparent to the public, a common man. So the common man here is sometimes made to have a victim mindset, because there are benefits of being a victim in Sri Lanka. The people know, a lot of people know how to really work around the victim mindset of a common man. So that is where, I mean, if the diaspora community or the people here to really have a one session even, what is the problem? Because the 40 years problem may not be the same problem which we may be having today. But the thing is, either we change the way we look at the same problem, or we redefine and understand it's something new, a new problem. So same eyes, same problem, same results. So either we change our eyesight, or we have to have a common agreement, not based on any majority or minority point of view, basically as a good statesman, not politician, because we need to face the reality. Politicians will always remain politicians. Of course, I'm not generalizing. There may be few statesmen, regardless, we all have maybe all have our own political affiliation, but doesn't matter. But then when you put the country's interests first, that's where the statesmanship comes. So this is high time opportunity we have. Number one, to really find out what do we think as a problem, because we have a tendency to blame shift, and we continue to do that. Whoever comes to power, even after that, they will end up spending their most of the time criticizing and using the previous government, what they did. And at the end of the day, the one who suffers is the common man. So those kind of a thing, anger only should come within us, basically, because it's the common man who is being used as a pawn or a chess piece here. And so those are the things, there's an opportunity for us to change. I hope that you all will really organize just one thing to understand what is the problem. Because in the US, sometimes the racism, I know everyone is talking about the racism in US, but on the other hand, yes, there was no, I'm not saying, I'm saying reconciliation in one sense should be viewed. What I'm saying is, thank you for the time. I just want to end it with that. Let's begin with an end in mind. Not just begin because there's a problem here, there's a crisis, because if we don't have a kind of a vision for a beautiful country, Sri Lanka, not for any kind of other agenda, but that kind of a thing, by defining the problem and to come up with some kind of a solutions, in the sense we all should be part of the problem, as well as we all should take up responsibility to be part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Bopage, I would like to just speak a little at this point. We are getting an overwhelming...
Hello, excuse me. Hello, I've been having my hand for more than an hour. It's 2:30 a.m. in New York City. I don't know how your system is working. May I speak for a minute, please?
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi. Like I said, 2:38 a.m. I have been waiting.
Thank you for
Yes, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. So let me begin very, very briefly. 3 points. I think, Lionel, you started by saying, by the way, thank you, Lionel, and the organizers. It's a wonderful effort to bring different ideas together. You started by saying solidarity. Yes, very, very important. I think we are raising awareness all over the world. Tomorrow morning, New York City, we are raising awareness, so the local media, national media will pick that up. So we want to let the world know what is going on in Sri Lanka. That's number one. Number two, let's prioritize solutions to the current problem. We talk about all kinds of things. We did a post-mortem for half the time. Let's forget all that. Current problem is civil demonstrations or the civilian demonstrations. I think we talk about the nature of that. Yes, there is no leadership, no organization, which gives the opportunity for the rulers to plant their agitators. That's what happened in Mirihana. So we need to find out a way to minimize that. US Ambassador Julie Chang says they have the right to protest. But how are you going to protect them without the leadership, right? That's number one to me. Priority number one, how to minimize further Mirihana incidents. Number two, we have to get rid of these corrupt people, but hold them accountable. Then we have to create the void we create by removing them. And we haven't talked about that. We talk about the caretaker government, but I think we need to have a bigger discussion on how to do that in the immediate future. And number four is how to get out of this hellhole that we are in, restructuring loans and all that. Those are up to the economists and all the other experts in those areas. Those are my 4 little points. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Very sorry, you had to be up for such a long time, but then.
No problem. No problem.
Thanks a lot. Good night. And Channa is next.
Apa? Channa. Enggak Channa. Kau எங்க போயிட்டானே?
I will mute all. Can you, Channa, please again unmute yourself and speak? We can't hear you. We can't hear. So if you could fix your technical problem, I will go to the next one. Ishan Rajasurya. Ishan, your turn.
Yeah, hi, sir. Thank you very much for organizing this session. So I'm joining from Sri Lanka. So I am, so I'm one of the part of the population who chose not to migrate, give it a chance, give Sri Lanka a chance. I saw a future for the country. So I'm still in my 40s. So I invested that time of staying back. So I think thanks a lot for the forum, a very valuable kind of discussion. Yes, problems are known, solutions are more important right now. I would suggest to this forum as it goes along is I think talks at the moment. It's turned out to be like a beggar's situation. We go to anybody who gives us money and we know conditions come second. So I would suggest that yes, the diaspora has a chance. Once you also iron out your differences of Tamil diaspora versus other affiliate needs to get addressed. That is the diplomacy that needs to come. This is a collective effort, well appreciated. What I would suggest is once you collect, I think the discussion here was nobody wants to send funds here because of the transparency or governance issue. I would suggest that you create a fund somewhere else and your bargaining chip.
Ishan,
so a collected fund there.
Excuse me, Ishan, your line is breaking. So if you could be closer to the microphone, we may be able to hear better.
Sure. Hopefully you hear me now.
Yeah.
What I suggest is the fundraising that happens in the diaspora will be a great bargaining chip to to pass on your requirements of the country. So I would suggest that you hold that fund, create the fund elsewhere, and you hold it as a collected fund outside, which let's say it's a 200 million or 100 million fund that is potentially there. That will give you a bargaining chip about a lot of the system change requirements you talk about, because in the short term, like a lot of speakers said, there is no plan and there's no alternative. So you can complain as much as you want, but you can't run like a headless chicken either, a country. So I would suggest that you look at fund development and a bargaining chip around that, but keep it outside. Don't give it to us immediately because our guys will rob you. That's the sad part. So it is good if you hold it outside as a consolidated fund and you start bargaining using that money. Thank you very much for the chance. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ishan. Thank you very much. Yes. Noelin, if it is very brief, I could give you a chance, but otherwise we'll have to go to these people who have been waiting for a very long time.
Dr. Bopage, I'll make it brief. One of the ideas that has come out over and over again is the idea that we use this platform to create a collective sort of a group, secretariat that can start talking about solutions. Yes, the problem we have spoken of, but we want to be solution oriented. I am just thinking, Dr. Bopage, whether it might be a good idea to create a spreadsheet, a Google spreadsheet, and I will post the link where those who are specifically interested in joining up in such an effort to leave their contact details so that we can have a follow-up meeting specifically designed to see what the possibility is to bring together the diaspora from around the world who now want to consolidate their efforts into looking at a solution to this crisis.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I have requested the people to put their contact details on the chat line. Some of them have already put the. So
Dr. Bopage, I was just wondering if I'm in the process of creating a spreadsheet. If we did that and posted the link to a Google spreadsheet, whether it might be a bit more efficient for us. Otherwise, we'll have to collect all of that over and over again.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will post the link.
Sri Lanka, Upendra, your chance. Upendra. Hello, Upendra. Okay, let us move on. Chandima.
ඇහෙනවද? මම ඇහෙනවද උපේන්ද්‍ර?
ඔව් කියන්න.
උපේන්ද්‍ර ඇහෙනවද?
ඔව්.
මම ස්විට්සර්ලන්ඩ් වල පදිංචි කෙනෙක්. දැනට මේ වෙලාවේ ඉතාලි වල ඉඳලා කතා කරන්නේ. ගොඩක් ස්තුතියි අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නාට. මම ඇත්තටම මේකට සහභාගී වුණේ අපි රටේ ඇති වෙලා තිබෙන තත්ත්වයට මොකක්ද විසඳුම කියන එක ගැන කතා කරන්න. දැන් බෝපගේ මහත්මයා මුලදීම කතා කරපු පැහැදිලි කිරීම කරමු එකටත් ඒකටත් මට අර රටේ ඇති වෙලා තිබෙන තත්ත්වය පැහැදිලි කරපු එක අපේ වගේ විවිධ රටවල ඉන්න උදේ පාන්දර 5 මාට මම එකතු වුණේ මේකට මෙහි වෙලාවේ. එතකොට අපගේ කාලය නාස්ති වීමක්. ඒ නිසා අපි රටේ ඇති වෙලා තියෙන තත්ත්වය අපි අතර පැහැදිලි කරගන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. මොකද අපි දන්න නිසා තමයි මේකට ඇවිදින් ඉන්නේ කියන එක හැමෝම දන්නවා කියලා මම හිතනවා. ඒ නිසා හරි ඒක ගැන එහෙමයි. ඊට පස්සේ මම මෙතන ඕගොල්ලන්ට එකතු වෙන්න කැමතියි, එකතු වෙලා ඉන්න කැමතියි. අපි රටේ තියෙන දේශපාලන තත්ත්වයට විසඳුමක් හොයන දේශපාලන කණ්ඩායමක් විදිහට නම් එහෙම නැතිව දැන් කලින් මාත්මෙක් කතා කරා ඔයාගේ එක්ස්පෝර්ට් සම්බන්ධව ඒ දේවල් හැමදේම කරන්න රටේ තියෙන්න ඕන හරි පාලනයක් තියෙන්න ඕන ක්‍රමයක් තියෙන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසා අපි මේ හරි ක්‍රමය හොයන එක ගැන යම්කිසි එකඟතාවයකට ඇවිදින්න ඒ ගැන පියවරක් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් එහෙම කතා කරමු කියන එකයි මගේ යෝජනාව. අර වගේ දේවල් අපි හදන හරි ක්‍රමයක් මගින් નિરાයාසයෙන්ම ඇතිවෙන ප්‍රතිඵල වෙනවා. ඒකට අවශ්‍ය නම් අපේ කණ්ඩායමේ අතුරු කණ්ඩායම් හදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ දේවල් අනිවාර්යෙන් විය යුතුයි. ඒව වෙනවා පස්සේ. එතකොට මගේ යෝජනාවත් මෙතන ඉන්නවා විවිධ දේශපාලන අදහස් දරන කණ්ඩායම් ඉන්නවා. නමුත් ඒ හැමෝටම එකඟ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කලින් මහත්මයෙක් මට කලින් මහත්මයෙක් කතා කරලා කිව්වා හැමෝටම එකතු වෙන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක් කරන්න බෑ කියලා. නමුත් හැමෝටම එකතු වෙන්න වැඩි දෙනෙකුගේ කැමැත්තෙන් එකඟ විය යුතු වැඩපිළිවෙලක් අපි හදාගත යුතුයි. එතකොට මේ වැඩපිළිවෙලට එකතු වෙන කට්ටිය එකතු වෙලා අපේ ව්‍යාපාරය ගෙනියන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ ගොඩක් අය කතා කරා මුදල් ගැන. මුදල් අනිවාර්යෙන් අවශ්‍යයි. මගේ පුද්ගලික මතය අඩුම අපිට රටේ මුළු රටේම පාලන බලය ලබා ගන්න යනවා නම් බිලියන 5ක් 6ක්වත් නැතුව පටන් ගැනීම තේරුමක් නැහැ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි යම්කිසි කණ්ඩායමක් අපගේ යම්කිසි මතයක් රටට ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න ඕනේ නම් අවමතරමින් අපි එක දිස්ත්‍රික්කයක් හෝ දිස්ත්‍රික්කයක් පමණක් අරමුණු කරගෙන ඒ මත ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි අපේ උත්සාහයන් කිසිසේත්ම සාර්ථක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි ඒක දැක්ක ඉතාම හොඳින් පහුගිය ජනාධිපතිවරණයේදී නාගානන්ද මහත්මයා ඉදිරිපත් වෙන්න බැරි වුණා. නමුත් එයා ලොකු වැඩ කොටසක් කරා. පල්ලෙවත්ත මහත්මයා ඒගොල්ලෝ JVP එකට පස්සේ පල්ලෙවත් මම දන්න තරමට මම ඊටාම ළඟින් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටිය ඔය හැමෝම සමග පල්ලෙවත්ත මහත්මයා තමයි JV එකට පස්සේ වැඩිම මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් වියදම් කරේ. එයාගේ තිබුණු යටි අරමුණු හෝ විවෘත අරමුණු ඒවා වෙනම කතන්දරයක්. නමුත් එයාගේ උත්සාහයෙන් ගත්තු ඡන්ද ප්‍රමාණය අපි දැක්කා. එතකොට ඒ මුදල් ප්‍රමාණය එයා අතිවිශාල මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් වියදම් කරා. JVP එකට පස්සේ වැඩිම මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් වියදම් කරේ එයා. එතකොට ඒ වගේ මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් නැතිව නිවැරදි වැඩපිළිවෙලක් නැතිව අපි මේකට එකතු වෙලා මේ වගේ දෙයක් කිරීම නිකන් අපිට සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ ගහපු පදයකුත් නැහැ බෙරේ පදයකුත් නැහැ කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ දෙයක් වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා අපි යම්කිසි වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හදලා ඒකට එකතු වෙමු. ඒක ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම සඳහා අවශ්‍ය යටිතල පහසුකම් සපයා ගන්න.
මේ ඔයාගේ බ්‍රේක් වුණා උපේන්ද්‍ර. ලයින් එක ඩ්‍රොප් වුණා. hello එක ඩ්‍රොප් වුණා. right මේ ආයේ මම chance එකක් දෙන්න.
ඊට පස්සේ අපි පුංචි දෙයක් කියන්න ඕනේ. මම දැන් මේ chat එකේ දැක්කා කීප දෙනෙක් කියලා තියෙනවා නාගානන්ද මහත්මයාට පොඩ්ඩක් පල්ලෙහාට වෙන විදිහට. දැන් එතකොට මම හිතන්නේ මේ මහත්මයාගේ වැඩපිළිවෙල කොයි හරියෙන් හරි අසාර්ථක වුණාට එයා නරක දෙයක් කරේ නැහැ. මට ඊටාම කනගාටුයි මේ වගේ උගත් කණ්ඩායමක් ඉන්න තැන නාගනාත් මේ කණ්ඩායමේ යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් ඉලියලා තිබුණා ඔයා නාගානන්ද මහත්තයාට හම්බුණු සල්ලි කොහෙද හෝ මොකක් හරි ඒ වගේ දෙයක් ගැන. එහෙම දේවල් කියන්න එපා. මමත් ඒ සල්ලි වේදම් කරපු කෙනෙක්. අද වෙනකොට එයත් එක්කලා ඒ ලොකු සම්බන්ධයක් නැති වුණාට මම දන්නවා ඒ සල්ලි වලට මොකද උනේ කියලා. නමුත් අපි වගේ මේ වගේ බුද්ධිමත් කණ්ඩායමක් රටක පාලන ක්‍රමය වෙනස් කරන්න එකතු වෙන කණ්ඩායමක් ඒ වගේ සරල දේවල් කියලා අපහාස කරන්න ඉදිරිපත් වෙන්න එපා කියලා මම ඉල්ලීමක් කරනවා. ස්තුතියි හැමෝටම.
හරි මේ අවුල වෙනතන. hello thank you උපේන්ද්‍ර. මේ මම හිතන්නේ ඔයා මේ contact details ගන්න මේ අපේ chat line එකේ. මොකද මේ අපි මේ interested group එක කට්ටියට මේ අපි contact details දෙන්න කියලා තියෙනවා. අපි we will contact you. Okay. Next it is Chandima. I will have to mute all and then come back. Chandima. Hello Chandima. Minoj. මම හිතන්නේ මේක ලොංගක් වෙලාවක් ඉන්න ඇති ලයින් එකේ. ඒක නිසා මේ මම හිතන්නේ දෙන්නම නැහැ. කවුද දැන් ඉන්නේ? මිනෝජ් ඉන්නවද? කවුද AB කියලා ආවේ?
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akhila. I'm an attorney at law and I'm currently in Sri Lanka. I'm just 27-year-old and I got to know about the link through one of the friends that is known to me in Colombo, and I deeply appreciate the fact that the entire world, our fellow Sri Lankans are in the forum and they are discussing. But since I'm very young compared to whoever who's participating here, I just observed that everyone is going up to the context that these matters are deep and everyone is suggesting long-term solutions, but they don't suggest what we could possibly do in short term. According to the law, this country now every person is either of this country. If the president takes a decision to step down, power will go to the parliament to appoint a president, and any member of parliament who's eligible to be a president will be elected on a majority vote. And the other thing we as the people we have is where basically to press the government to give us an election and make sure a government which will be accountable, which should be responsible for all these things will be elected. But the problem is how many months will it take? How much of money will the country will have to spend on an election? And no one suggested a short-term solution. So in this forum, if all of us speak and
Disconnected.
If we can, willing to jail, you have to make sure the
Minoj,
entire.
Minoj,
Hello.
Can you come back again? Yeah. All right. I will mute all again, and then you have to come back and unmute yourself. Minoj.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you wait online, please? I'll
Hello.
ask Minoj.
Yes, my name is Minoj. I am an engineer,
Okay.
40 years.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I think previously it was AB who spoke. Who
Yes,
is
Akila. I'm Akila.
Okay, Akila. Minoj, give me a second. Minoj, would you wait for a couple of seconds until Akila finishes?
Sure.
Akila.
Thank you very much. So basically, we have to come up with the shortest solutions, and we have to make sure everyone's rights are safeguarded. So I was engaged in government services since 24, and I have observed a lot of issues. Basically, this is an economic crisis which the entire world is facing. And we as a country, we have to make sure the local expenses are mitigated and the foreign remittances are increased. And also we have to make sure the local manufacture, the local products are being increased, and the demand for the local products should be increased. So you, as a part of Sri Lanka, which who's established in all over the world, these are the things that I believe we should possibly do. And also before going for an election or something, we have to press these representatives according to the available provisions of the law to do the right thing. And if not, the entire community will be at stake, and our rights will be at stake. And thank you very much for summoning this forum. And I hope this forum will continue and extend fullest support in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Akila. Thank you very much for your comments. Minoj.
Thanks. My name is Minoj, 42 years engineer. In 8 years I have been in Sri Lanka. I run my current consultancy firm. Also, I have worked in Dubai 8 years for the Balfour Beatty UK construction company. So that I will share my experience and good plans. Actually, in Sri Lanka, last couple of years, personally, we have involved to get some good investment into Sri Lanka. But all are failed. The main reason is, unless you are with the current government, every government has a confidential network. We can call deal network. Unless we are into deal network, we cannot get any good investment with Sri Lanka. Last few weeks also, we try to bring Imar, Dubai to Sri Lanka with some good meetings, but all collapse due to they are not listening to that third party due to their network. Therefore, at the moment, because this all issues came through financial breaks. Therefore, we should have a macro level financial plan. Then we can divide. We have to divide that macro plan into micro plans like export, ICT and consultancies, etc. Unless we address those parts correctly, we will not have any future. Because as I have international experience, I see in the current situation, we have to get those good links into Sri Lanka. But the government, this government or any future government should entertain that kind of good plans, and they have to maintain actual professionals. Currently, there are so many professionals, but they are not, 90% is not practical. They have only that qualification, that degrees, PhDs only. Therefore, we have to address that issue first. That is my opinions.
Thank you, Minoj. And you are based in Sri Lanka, you said?
Exactly. At the moment, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think we have exhausted all the people who wish to raise concerns or ask questions or make comments. And I think most of the comments are valid. and there are very important points you mentioned. Well, people may have different views with regard to the points you raised and with regard to the different points of view expressed. But I think it is better to have a consultation of all these things and then make a collective decision. Mr. Upendra, do you want to say something very short, okay? Because we have to conclude. It is now, it's almost coming to 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, you're allowed to unmute.
හැමෝම මට සමා වෙන්න පළවෙනි පාර මට මාව අඳුල්ලා දෙන්න බැරි වුණා පහුණු මහත්මයා අඳුල්ලා දුන්නා එයා කවුද එයා මොකද කරන්නේ කියලා මම බිස්නස්මන් කෙනෙක් මම එක්ස්පෝර්ටර් කෙනෙක් සහ ටූර් ඔපරේටර් කෙනෙක් ස්විට්සර්ලන්ඩ් බේස්ඩ් එතකොට මම මේ අදහස ආයෙ කතා කරන්න තීරණය කරේ මට කලින් කතා කරපු මහත්මයාගේ අදහස නිසා එතකොට මෙතන ඉන්නවා හැමෝම ඒ වගේ තම තමන්ගේ ප්‍රොෆෙෂන් එක අනුව ලංකාවට එයාලගේ තියෙන විසඳුම්. එතකොට මගේ යෝජනාව අපි ඉස්සර වෙලාම මගේ පුද්ගලික යෝජනාව ඉස්සර වෙලාම එකඟ වෙන්න පුළුවන් වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හදාගන්න ඕනේ. හදාගෙන ඒ වගේ එක එක සබ්ජෙක්ට් වල ස්පෙෂලායිස් අයගේ යෝජනා ඉදිරිපත් කරලා අපගේ ප්‍රධාන වැඩපිළිවෙලේ අනු වැඩපිළිවෙලල් විදිහට ඉදිරිපත් කරගන්න කියන එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට හැමදාම එකතු වෙන මේ වගේ එකතු වෙලා දැන් මගේ මේ අදහසත් මම ඉදිරිපත් කරනවා මේකත් හැමෝම අහගෙන ඉන්න එහෙම කිරීමේ හැකියාවක් නැහැනේ. අපි පළමුවෙන්ම බහුතරයකට එකඟ වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියන්නේ අපේ කණ්ඩායම ඇතුලේ වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හදාගෙන ඊට පස්සේ ඒක ක්‍රියාත්මක කරවීම සඳහා මෙකනිසම් එකක් හදාගමු. ඊට පස්සේ අපි නැවත කතා කරමු කියන එක මගේ යෝජනාව. ස්තුතියි.
හරි බොහොම ස්තුතියි. ඒක හොඳ අදහසක්. ඇත්තටම මම හිතන්නේ අර කවුද මම හිතන්නේ මිනිච්චාරි ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා කතා කරපු අක්ල හරි සඳහන් කරා සැලසුම් කිරීම ගැන. කියන්නේ ප්ලෑනින් ප්‍රොසෙස් එක ගැන විස්තර කරලා ඇත්තටම බොහොම හොඳ දෙයක්. ලංකාවේ දැනට මම දන්නවා කොයිතරම් දුරට ප්ලෑනින් ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් වෙනවද කියලා. නමුත් ලංකාවේ මුල් ඉතිහාසයේ දිහා බැලුවොත් 1940 ගණන් වල 50 ගණන් වල ලංකාවේ පස් අවුරුදු සැලසුම් දස අවුරුදු සැලසුම් කියලා නොඑක් සැලසුම් කිරීම කළා. ඒවා අසාර්ථක වුණා. අසාර්ථක වෙන්න හේතු දේශපාලන බලපෑම එක පැත්තකින් අනිත් පැත්තෙන් නොයෙකුත් වෙනත් බියුරොක්‍රටික් මේ ප්‍රශ්න. ඉතින් ඒවත් මොනවද කියලා අපිට සලකා බලන්න වෙනවා. ඇයි මේ සැලසුම් අසාර්ථක වුනේ? ඉස්සරහට සැලසුම් කරනවා කොහොමද සැලසුම් කරන්නේ? මොන විදියටද? මොකද දැන් එක එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් තියෙනනේ අපේ මේ සෝවියට් කැම්ප් එකේ ගත්ත සෙන්ට්‍රලයිස් ප්ලෑනින්. ඒක අසාර්ථක වුණා සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම. ඒකට ඇයි? එතකොට වෙනත් රටවල දැන් මේ හුඟක් අනිත් රටවල තියෙන්නේ මාකට් බේස්ඩ් ප්ලෑනින්. ඉතින් ඒකත් හරි ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ බොහෝ තැන්වල. හරි ගියපු තැන් තියෙනවා. දැන් උදාහරණයකට ජපාන් වල මීටි මීටි එකෙන් ඒක ප්ලෑනින් ප්‍රොසෙස් එක වෙනස් එකක්. මම කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකත් එක්ක කෝඩිනේට් කරලා ඒගොල්ලෝ යම් දේවල් හරි ගස්සලා ඒකට අවශ්‍ය විදිහට මේ අපි මම කියන්නේ ඩිෆරන්ට් සිස්ටම්ස් මට මේ විතර විස්තර කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. ඒකින්ද අපිට ඒක ගැන මේ අපිට බලන්න වෙනවා කොහොමද කරන්න කියලා. ඒක හොඳ අදහසක්. මම මේ ඊළඟට විනුට chance එකක් දෙන්නම්. මම හිතන්නේ එතනින් අපි මේ සාකච්ඡාවේ මේ අදහස් ගැනීම අපි නිමා කරලා ඊට පස්සේ මම මේක මේ සාකච්ඡාව අවසන් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. විනු අන්මියුට් කරලා කතා කරන්න. විනු ඔයා අත උස්සලා තියෙනවා.
Mr. Bopage, this is Lasantha Mendis again. I'm coming on my wife's phone.
Okay.
Right. Just one thing. What I want to say is, we are looking for short term. We have another 2.5 years for a election. One of the greatest evils that we have is, all these problems have come due to corruption. And why corruption creeps in is because we have this preferential voting system, right? Which requires in today's context about 50 to 60 million rupees for any candidate to win and get into parliament. So obviously, as you know, once you get these monies from other people, especially the business community, they come in to cash in their favors, right? So as a immediate step, actually, with all this hype, if we can push for a constitutional change, to get to the first past the post system, that will be one step in the right direction. And also we have to demand that all the political parties, have to display transparency and democracy, right? Because right now, that is, although everybody, they are asking the government, all political parties, none of them have democracy in their parties. And finally, if we can, like you would have known, maybe even in the 60s and the 70s, the candidates used to visit us to our homes to get our vote. But today what's happening is they are just nominated by the party leader. If we can get that also into the constitution where the candidates are accountable to the people, I think then we will have a proper governance system, and that will be a step that we can definitely do within the next, we can create the hype now and push for a constitutional change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
මට අබේ මට පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ ගැන කියන්න ඕන. මොකද අපි මේ රටාවේ අපිට කන්සෙෂන් එකක් මොනවාක්වත් රටේ වෙනසක් කරන්න බැරි හින්දා. නමුත් අපි එක්ස්පර්ට්ස්ලා විදියට මේ ඇවිල්ලා ඕගනයිස් වුණොත් යම්කිසි නම්බර් එකක් විදියට අපිට ඉන්ෆ්ලුවන්ස් එකක් කරන්න පුළුවන් එක තමයි කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් අපිට කන්සෙෂන් එකක් පාර්ලිමේන්ටරි ඉලෙක්ෂන් එක අපේ කවුද අපිට ඕන නායකයෙක්ව පත් කරගන්න බෑ. අපිට කරන්න එකම දේ තියෙන්නේ as a group, as an expert group, we need to get together and influence the leaders who become the leaders who came to the power to get into the right direction. ඒක තමයි කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මේ අපි මේ කතා කර දේවල් වලින් මම හොඳට අහගෙන හිටියේ කවදාවත් අපි ඇත්තටම අපිට ඕන පාලකයෝ හිටියේ නම් පාලකයෝ පත් කරගන්න උනා නම් අපි මෙහෙ ඉන්නේ නැහනේ. අපි රට සංවර්ධනය කරනවානේ. අපි එඩියුකේටඩ් ක්‍රවුඩ් එක එළියට ආවේ අපිට ඕන පාලකයෝ අපි පත් උන්නේ නැති හින්දා.
හොඳයි හරි බොහොම ස්තුතියි මිස්ටර් බේසරු ගුණවර්ධන. මම ආයෙත් වතාවක් ඉල්ලන්න කැමතියි. I would like to make this request again. If you wish to be part of this conversation in future, please put your contact details, that is at least your name and email address, or your name and probably the contact phone number on the chat line, so that we could save that and then probably contact you in the future. There have been many good suggestions. We may have different points of view with regard to those suggestions, but it will be very important for all of us to continue this conversation. And as many people suggested, many attendees suggested, that we work out a proper structure, and some of them suggested having a fund, and all those ideas need to be considered in a constructive spirit, and let us continue that conversation in future.
Dr. Bopage, if I may just speak briefly. Yeah. Now, I have posted that link on our chat line so that I know a lot of the participants have posted their contact details on the chat line, but I have now posted a link to the Google spreadsheet to just make it a bit more efficient and manageable. Now, I know we want to conclude the meeting, but I was wondering, because there is such an overwhelming urge which has been expressed to start something to go forward with, a solution-oriented process. I am happy to facilitate a discussion post this discussion, but a separate one, I can continue to host that. And invite whoever wants to join such an effort, a collective effort, to stay back so we can have a discussion about that, how we can, and that will be specifically focused on creating a focus group at this point in time, a focus group that might be interested in setting up a consolidated initiative from around the world in response to the crisis. And I suggest that we look at things like constitutional reform, the possibility of bringing a people's constitution. I have always advocated the support to something that is called the doctrine of necessity, which can be used in times of crisis to implement a people's constitution. I'm happy to talk about that. And other possible mechanisms to bring about the system change that we are all looking for. So may I suggest, and with your consent, Dr. Bopage, may I suggest inviting anyone who's interested in joining up in such a consolidated effort. This has nothing to do with any political opinion you hold. This is merely as expats who are keen and committed to a solution to Sri Lanka to stay back and let us talk.
Yeah, that is possible. I have made Noelin a co-host, so she could continue, and at the end you can end the meeting, because I have to leave, and because my grandkids are here, I have to take them back. And I think this was a very good discussion, and I appreciate everyone's contribution, and I mean all the organizations that were involved in organizing this. I think they would also appreciate to the same extent the contributions you have made. It is very important that we make your proposals into some form of concrete action. And one of the things is that we had about 260 attendees, and now we have only 126 attendees. So I don't know how far. I mean, it would be good to have the focus group, but at the same time, whether that would be representative of all the people who are here.
I'm just suggesting that we make a start, Dr. Bopage. The fact that we are all here and still here, I think demonstrates a huge commitment on our part. So let's make the most of it. Anyone who's interested in staying back, please do so, and I'm happy to facilitate a discussion.
Okay, so I will let Noelin carry on from this point onwards. And did you accept my co-hosting request?
Let me see. Can you send that again, Dr. Bopage?
All right. Okay. Hold on. I have sent. Okay. I'll have to remove your co-host permission probably, and then do that. But I don't know what will happen. Probably you will have.
Look, what if I just continue from where we are? Will that
now
not
you
work?
are a co-host. You are a co-host.
Okay,
so
great.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you,
right.
Dr.
You can
Bopage.
continue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Bopage.
See you next time. All right.
See you soon.
See you. Bye.
And thank you again for staying back. I think, and this is something that I have personally been invested in, always wanted to do and initiate and establish and also participate in a focus group, not a focus group, but an international collective. Because like I think Upendra mentioned, or was it Hemasiri? I'm not sure who did, but it was mentioned that if we had the leadership that we had always wanted, if we had the system that we had wanted, we won't be outside Sri Lanka. We would be still in the country, right? And I think this is a common sentiment for all of us. I think technology has really helped us to bring together those who are around the world, who shares that same vision. And I'm hoping that today's event can be a start for an initiative like that. For those who don't know me, my name is Noeline Smart. I'm a solicitor. I'm based in Melbourne. I have been in practice for about 18 years now. I have a background in international human rights as well as constitutional law. Those are my passions, and administrative law. Now, I'm not really affiliated to a political party as such, although I do have my own personal political views. Having said that, this initiative that I would like to spearhead is independent of political motivation. So thank you for staying back, and I would like to open the forum to anyone who wants to speak. Let us spend some time thinking about what we can do, how we can establish such a secretariat, what the objectives of such an initiative would be, and how we can take it forward. I have also posted the link to a Google spreadsheet so that everyone can post their details. As you can all appreciate, we are very time restricted. So we need to be efficient with these sorts of efforts. We have all got jobs, work, families, etc. So in order to be efficient, I think let us try to minimize admin work. So I kindly request that everyone who is interested in joining this effort to put your contact details on the spreadsheet so that we can work out an effective way of communicating with each other. Mazuk, please.
Yeah. Well, I would like to participate. I am, I think, Mr. Bopage, and even I put my contact details in the chat box. Well, of course, I frankly express my view. It is all political, right? having gone through the whole process, as I said, from my younger days, it's all political, right? We have come to a stalemate where the government has its full power, a set of group got into power and they want to continue their power, family power, with all the corrupt, and I said the militias to support them and various things. So other than a political approach, there cannot be an alternative. So whatever the initiative that the diaspora groups can take should be from a political point of view. Now we are several people express. I'm grateful that quite a number of them have come and expressed their views. But I have had my experience, investments, various other types. I have worked. I can give you one example. Soon after the war, I was engaged in a young entrepreneurs forum in Sri Lanka, where some people really want to go with their money, professionals and invest and so on. A lady whom I knew was very vociferous, came back in a few months' time. And I asked, Miss, you come back, what about investment? Sorry to use this word. She said, Mr. Marzouk, in that country, I have to not only give money, but I have to even give my skin to do something. Now, that is the set of politics that we have in that country, which has worsened today with the Rajapaksas coming in with their family domination. So my view is that other than a political agenda that the diaspora has, right, to work with but I said the JVP, okay, if you are finding an alternative organized group, the JVP and NPP are a collective body with there is no other party in my view, organized party, where the leadership has a collective thinking, work with one noise, work with one program. We might have views about their programs. Then if there are changes that we could make, being the only organization that is there available in the country, we have to engage with them and put them in the right direction, what we think is correct. That is what I think. So our effort should be political rather than thinking of diverse issues. Those are my views. So I would like to work with you all with that program. There is a political program.
Thank you, Marzouk. Thank you so much. Who's next? Zoom user.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Nolin. Dr. Prithviraj again. I would like to participate in this exciting forum with the progressive agenda. So my thing is that even the term politics itself sometimes is really misinterpreted in a very negative sense, because politics is a very positive, because every common man should really be talk politics every day in different ways. So it has to be, the forum also have to give a positive image to this term politics. Number two is also just to say that if you're beginning a kind of a focus group or something, a progressive group, can we have a kind of agree on a few ground rules so that we stay more focused within our aims or whatever the things? Because if you don't have some ground rules, sometimes we can actually move away from certain things and we may not come to kind of become more solution-based group. Actually. We need to become more solution-based and opportunity-based thing. Yeah. So if you can, agree on that.
I think so.
Basically,
because I
yeah,
think,
in that sense, yeah. Thank you very much for initiating that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. I think there were so many different views that were expressed during the meeting today. I mean, we started off trying to work out what the issues were, although I think we are all here because we are fully aware of the situation, the crisis that is deepening by the minute. Fully aware of the crisis. Having said that, I think there were lots of different views about what needed to be changed. Some said constitution needs to be changed, the legal system needed to be changed, corruption needed to end, and some abstract, and then some more, rather than abstract, some more direct and practical, relevant sort of initiatives were also proposed. I think it's very important that no matter which direction we go, we have those ground rules. And I think, we are coming out of a long session now. It may not be the time to set those ground rules right now, but I think this is more to get an idea of who's. I beg your pardon? So I think it's great that we are sort of expressing our solidarity here to form a group. And of course, we will have to have ground rules. Of course, we will have to have objectives and have boundaries as to what our focus is going to be on. I have used the word focus group just very loosely. What we are going to eventually call ourselves, whether it be an international secretariat, whether it be something else, I think those are all matters for discussion down the track. This is simply so that, we are here talking about something so that we can take it to the next level. Upendra.
Yeah,
Okay.
hello.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
And please feel free to speak in Sinhalese, Tamil, or English. We will all manage, I'm sure.
I didn't ask. I still didn't ask to talk. But if you want me to talk,
Please,
I can
Upendra,
talk.
but you have spoken so much. Please go ahead.
I prefer to express my opinion at the end, if you don't mind.
Okay, fantastic. No problem. You're pinned for some reason. You're on my screen. No problem. Okay, we've got Zoom user. Zoom user.
I think Zoom user already spoke.
Okay. Okay, Vinu Mendes. No, Zoom user is still here, I think. I might be getting myself
He is
confused.
there, but he spoke. So
he's already spoken.
No, I
yeah.
already spoke. I already.
So anyone
spoke,
else? I mean, if you
actually.
are,
Yeah,
can
I'm
you please?
Dr. Pratibha. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I would say
I'm
something.
Charles Pereira.
Yes, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, Charles, go ahead, please.
Yeah. First name is Charles. So I'm using that. I like to be called by Varuna by Sri Lankans.
Sure,
So
Varuna, go
anyway,
ahead.
yeah, live in New Zealand. I wouldn't call I'm from New Zealand because I'm from Sri Lanka. I heard many people saying I'm from Australia, America. That is not true. We are from Sri Lanka. Let's get that straight. Otherwise, why are we here?
Agreed.
Okay. I'm at heart Sri Lankan with British nationality, living in New Zealand, applied for New Zealand citizenship. But that's about me. I'm a marine engineer. So anyway, what I want to say is lots of people are talking about history and also what should happen regarding constitution. What you call great advocate for constitution is Nagananda Kodituakku, which I don't agree to. That's a different story. And also what do you call change in the system, and also dealing with the legal system and also corruption. I fully agree. All those things should be happening, but let's not put the cart before the horse or before the bull, whoever. So the first thing is, I don't know. This is my gut feeling. From the protest, I mean, we have got in Sri Lanka. I have never seen it. I'm 58. I might be older than some. I might be younger than some. Seen a bit. My generations have been involved in politics, but they were statesmen. They were never Deshapaluas. So anyway, so whatever I know about Sri Lanka is not from history, from first-hand information, from grandfather to father, father to me. Anyway, leave that aside. So what we really need is, I really feel that this government would be thrown out. So when that happens, as I mentioned before, we need to come up with a system. So we need to get together. We need to keep our political differences aside. It doesn't matter SLFP, UNP, POTUR, and JP. So, but again, I got to say, none of those systems are working. I have seen it. I have voted when I was in Sri Lanka. I left Sri Lanka in 2000 and lived in 4 countries apart from what you call Sri Lanka. So the first thing is, if these people leave, which is highly unlikely, if they are forced to leave, then who will take over? This is number one question which we need to come up with answers. So I would suggest a caretaker government. I mean, I wouldn't like these protests like this, because if I'm going to what you call one of the most dense forest with all the possible animals who would be, who would come out and get you, I would want to be fully armed. So this is a protest. I know this is not really what you call planned by anybody, not led by anybody. The people are coming out because they are frustrated so much. Yes, I fully agree with all that. That's all human. But we need to help them or help ourselves and help Sri Lanka to have a caretaker government, just because the solution is not one of those parties. That's my gut view, because they have failed up to now. Lots of my friends have died because of the JAP. So I'm not an admirer of JAP. So what we need to do is we have to build a man or build a team of people.
Yeah,
So
that,
those people.
Yeah, I want to interrupt. That we cannot do. Only Sri Lankan who live in Sri Lanka can do that part. We only can support. We can actually give, we cannot do anything to change the party or caretaker government. We cannot do anything. We are out of the country. Only people in Sri Lanka has to do, but we have to show that we are here to support, to bring the country to a right direction.
I think there's some point, some validity in what Mr. Abeguna Vardhana has said, but I have a slightly different view. I think, I mean, the last 30 years with the war and all that has happened in Sri Lanka saw a massive brain drain. And there are a lot of the intellectuals, academics, those whose hearts and souls are still in Sri Lanka, are outside the country. I think to say that we have no role to play in determining the destiny of the country is not entirely true. Of course, but it's a common effort, and I think what we are seeing happen, which is happening at ground level, is anarchy. The protest that was going to happen today, which didn't go ahead, we went and looked at how it was being organized and all that, did an organic sort of assessment of what was happening and what was likely to take place. And to our great dismay, what we realized was that it was without any real leadership. It's very disappointing that we don't have a strong opposition. Our government is in disarray, there, forget about that, but there is not even an opposition. So if you speak to Sri Lankans today, they are in despair. Their outcry is for leadership. They are asking for proper leadership. And I think we should look outside the box. There are still Sri Lankans scattered all over the world. Whoever wants to get together and work towards a solution, I think we should find ways and means of doing that. I don't think we should restrict ourselves saying that, since we are outside the country, we don't really have a role to play in determining the destiny of our motherland, because we still have that connection, don't we?
Absolutely. I fully agree with that, because on a daily basis, I contact with all my friends, family, because we are the only people. We lived in four countries other than Sri Lanka, but we never had relatives or anybody in those countries. So all my relatives and friends are back in Sri Lanka. So I can talk to them and they can talk to other people. Now, before also I tried, I mean, I don't know whether you would agree with me or not, I backed Rohan Pallevatta. And the poor fellow got only 25,000 votes. I really don't like professional politicians. I like professionals who have excelled in their profession, and also highly educated, who are not educated like Professor G.L. Piris. And I don't call anybody doctor, sir, madam. I don't do it. From birth, I have never done it. So that's another thing which Sri Lanka has to change. The Buddhist philosophy is a great thing, but the way Buddhist philosophy has been made a religion, being slagged, it's pathetic. And it's a great vision. So I'm not a Buddhist, but I know the value of Buddhist philosophy.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. I see Dr. Jayampati Vikramaratna here. Dr. Vikramaratne, this suggestion that we come together to form an international secretariat that might be willing to, address certain issues as they come about. What are your thoughts on that? How can we do that practically?
I think that is a very good idea. Sri Lankans all over the world, even if they do have, whether they are dual citizens or whether they have given up Sri Lankan citizens for whatever circumstances, I think people who are Sri Lankan at heart have a duty to get together. And of course, politics will try to creep in. We have to be very careful. I was sorry that even this today's forum was used to, praise a particular political party. I didn't like that. No, but we have our political views, different political views. But we should be able to agree on certain minimum issues. And I think the international community, the Sri Lankans overseas, I would call them Sri Lankans presently living in overseas, have a role to play, and I would go further and say they have a duty to play that role. So it's a very good idea.
Thank you, Dr. Vikramaratne.
It has to be, of course, it has to be a very, very transparent. You have to do it in a very transparent manner, and so that there's some collective leadership like this. Of course, there will have to be some kind of leadership, but that must be a collective effort.
And you would, of course, be part of such an initiative.
Yeah, of course.
We can count on your expertise and support to spearhead an initiative
Why
like
not?
that.
I have already been involved, right? You know that, right?
Yes, of course. And the floor is open to anyone else who would like to speak. I'm not sure about those who have got their hands raised. I don't see any hands raised now.
I did not finish.
Can I say something?
Just like to know about, is it Professor or Dr. Vikramasinghe? What were you in Sri Lanka? I could remember your name.
I'm a lawyer, President's Counsel. I'm a President's Counsel, a lawyer, and I was briefly in Parliament, the previous Parliament.
Okay.
I'm on the left. I have been a Samajist rise throughout. I now belong to we had to break away from the original LSSP, but Samajist at heart.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm involved in the United Left Front, but I'm here as an individual.
Yeah, I like to say a little bit more. My father was an advocate and the last Crown Advocate of Kampaha. He used to say, when he was a youngster, it was a style to become a socialist, but Sri Lanka never became a socialist country.
I don't want to comment on that.
I think Masood wanted to say something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes?
Sorry to interfere again. Now, I agree with Noeline and even Dr. Jayampati Vikramaratne, who is a friend of mine, although both of us disagree on certain matters. The diaspora has a role to play. Now, what sort of role are we going to play? Okay, an international secretariat, fairly good. What are we going to do? Now, certain references have been made to promoting by one party, or it should be non-political. Now, we are living outside the country. What can we do practically other than promoting certain thinking or certain views? Now, these views, if we agree on certain type of view, either political or non-political, who is to implement that in the ground level? There must be some organization. We can't implement it from here. We can only promote thinking from here. So now, who can do that implementation at ground level? Now we have been talking of, reference was made to blood in the hands of the JVP when I talked to the JVP. Of course, I am a critic because of experience that I've gained from my younger age. I said I'm 81, that I've become an active support. I have been a socialist from 1970. I've been a part of the Communist Party, LSSP, and all that, and a trade unionist. It is last 3 years after Anurukumara Dissanayaka's taking over the JVP that I started supporting them, because I find something different into them from the time of Somaman Samarasinghe's leadership, which was little more Sinhala chauvinistic party. Now, taking of blood in the hand of the JVP. Let us take from 1948, from the killing of Kandasamy.
Mr. Masuk, you are again promoting the NPP.
Hold
I
on,
think we should
please.
not
Let
be
me
talking
finish.
about the promoting parties. Let's talk about the collective effort. Otherwise, there are no
let's just
participating in this.
Just
let's park
give
this to a side.
me 1 minute. Just give me
Okay,
1
1
minute.
minute more, and because we've got quite a few
wasn't
who've got their hands raised.
Wasn't there blood in the hands of the then government? 1971.
But is there any point in talking about that right now? Let us
and
use our time wisely.
Was there no blood in the hands of the government in 1989? Was the government
Mazuk,
part of? So let us forget the past. Let us forget the past. Let us talk of the present and what we can do in the future. Now we have some organization which is there. I think it has to be political. So let us promote that. Whatever we have got to say.
Let us be
What is that
pluralist. Let us
organization?
see what the others have to say. Thank you
what
for
is
your
that
idea.
organization? He is promoting the NPP. I mean, they should not do it on this platform.
No. That is not going to happen. I don't think there is any need for that.
Well, those are my views. Those are my views.
But
if I'm participating, those are my views. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Now let's move on. Vinu Mendis, you got your hand raised?
Yeah, no, Elaine, this is actually Lasantha.
Oh, yes,
Lasantha
sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, no issue. I want to clarify, that even, in addition to this protest that was going to be at 3 o'clock today, there was another protest planned at 10:30 by the Udayagamampila crowd, right? So I believe that the government, took these drastic steps, having that also in mind, right? Then that is one. Another thing is, we have been talking, you yourself mentioned that people are looking for new leaders. Not that there are there aren't any leaders here in Sri Lanka. There are enough and more leaders, but Noeline, the situation is nobody, credible can get into this system. In the earlier session I mentioned, we have to have at least 50 to 60 million, to contest an election. Now we'll say myself, I live in Colombo, right? If I have to canvass, I have to go to Maabole on one side, from Maabole to Panadura to Avisavella, right? That is because of this preferential voting system, right? So if we really are considering serious change, we need to, really at this time make one of these, a slogan, about changing the constitution. Now, some people disagree with that, thinking that this is a far-fetched thing. No, it is not a far-fetched thing, because right now the country has come to the government has come to a place where they have to go to the international community for restructuring and new investments and so on and so forth. I think the diaspora has a huge role to play. If you can go to your respective governments, respective agencies there, and get pressure put on the government to do these things, to bring in reforms, constitutional reforms, then from our side, we too can agitate for the same thing. That way we can definitely get in better leaders, credible leaders into parliament, into the legislative, right? And also, as I mentioned earlier, there is no democracy in any political party today, right? So that needs to be done. If we can do these 2-3 changes, and also where the candidates are accountable, today an MP is not accountable to the constitution, their constituency. Yes, they are only accountable to their party leader, to hell with the constituent. Now we have very good, we have a extremely good MP here, but, there's no point, because he's only good in, we'll say, his credentials. So what I'm saying is, if we have to get back to the basics, why the country in the rural areas, why people are suffering, these guys don't even know, because they are attending their ministerial offices, because everybody has been given a minister or a state ministry post, right? So I think as a lawyer, you will understand the constitution better, and I have heard you speak earlier also. We have to look at these things, very seriously. And of course, if the law of necessity can be put in this place, and we can really
Go for a people's constitution.
Yes, for a constitution. I think, well, that is the thing, because otherwise what will happen is we'll form a national government, we'll have elections, another party will come, and the same story will go on and on. You know, maybe the Rajapaksa, the common enemy, is out, but the thing is, the
But
system
someone else
is so,
will take their place.
system, yes. You know, so thank you.
I hear you. Thank you so much, Lasantha, for those views. Next, we have Nilusha Rajapaksha. Nilusha, I'm sorry, Nilusha Rajapaksha.
Yeah, I'm Nilusha Rajapaksha. I'm an electrical engineer from University of Moratuwa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was working in Dubai for quite some years, and now I'm currently working in Sri Lanka. My specialized area is lighting designing for hospitality projects. What I want to suggest is currently staying in Sri Lanka, I'm earning US dollars by giving my calculation, my designing services to foreign companies in Dubai, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, likewise. So what I'm telling to everyone when I meet, I want this to copy all the professionals who can do this. So at least 10,000, 20,000 professionals can earn at least $100 per week or $100 per month. So that money will come to their banks. No one can rob it. And that will support economy and the private banks to do the imports. So that is my suggestion. And any support from my side to lead this or anything, I'm happy to do that, because I want people to copy this and earn to the country dollars. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nilusha. I think Nilusha raises a really valid point here. She is showing practical ways of looking at the problem, although we know that sometimes we'll have to go deeper and look at what really caused the problem, because it seems like billions and billions of dollars were lost because of corruption, and
yes,
you know, and we need to address those issues. But at the same time, we have to be futuristic, solution oriented, and I think it's really important to bring together those ideas. And the talent pool, I mean, when we are working in a group like this, the talent pool that we have here is just unbelievable, right? So what I would like to see is us forming separate groups and focusing on solution oriented program, and use our pressure to get those programs going in place. I mean, we've got to sort of look at it from that point of view. Thanks again, Nilusha. So yes, please keep in touch. Let's hope that this can be the start of a new group, group of Sri Lankans living all over the world who share that same common vision. The floor is yours, Upendra.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. I think I missed Vicky Kannan. I'm so sorry. I think there's a Vicky Kannan. Sorry, Upendra. Shall we give Vicky a chance?
It's all right. It's all right.
Vicky Kannan.
Thanks, Noelin. Yes, previous my England, I think Charles, that was so. Even though I would like to say that I'm a Sri Lankan but living in Melbourne. Yeah. So anyway, I think what we need to also really need to talk about, like a previous the girl who was an engineer, that a friend of mine, a classmate, who is running a software company in the northern part of Sri Lanka, and also he has got offices in south. So he has already started paying his staff in dollars, right? So there is a couple of companies who is already doing that sort of changeover. That's one thing. The other thing is, like, we, as previously few people have said, raising voice from us is always good. But the thing is, the voters has got every power to do that. So we really need to educate the voters. This is what, when you go and vote, this is what you're voting for, right? That education has to come through our, whatever the external process that we can create, that it has to be a valid one. So people like, you know, we have some radio chat forums in Melbourne for Sanakin and a few other ministers. So we always talk about a lot of discussions about ground level politics, right? So end of the day, so when you see that some genuine politicians that you are going to work with, those kind of politicians that we should raise that this sort of awareness and then try to come up with some, convincing factor for them to deliver. So I don't know how we are going to, and they are comfortable of talking to us, but there should be some linkage, a link to the ground level, so that is what probably the powerful message from all the diaspora. Thank you.
My personal view on this is that, I don't like to see myself as someone patronizing the Sri Lankans out there. Just because I'm outside Sri Lanka, I don't want to be seen to be patronizing them. I'd rather be seen as someone, this is my personal view, as someone who's walking with them, sharing that journey, because I'm one of them. And I don't know whether how you see that, but I think it's important that we have that sort of perspective. I don't want to be patronizing my fellow Sri Lankans. That's
but
my view.
I think the major the problem there is that the education of the people that like people who are living in village, right, and then the people who are there to vote, and some of them they don't even know. Look at the last election. The party has come with a high majority, right? So there is something not right, right?
Well, they played their game right. I think that's what happened. Okay, thank you, Vicky, for your comments and sharing your views. I think Upendra is next.
Yeah, hello. Yes, I would like to speak in Sinhalese because I'm not
Please
living
go
in
ahead. Please go ahead.
speaking country. I have my business in Switzerland and I'm working in German language and Italian and a little bit in French language. So I'm not used to use English and I'm not that much comfortable.
You can speak in Sinhalese.
ඉතින් මට කලින් කතා කරපු කීප දෙනෙකු කියපු දේවල් ගැන මගේ අදහසක් කියන්නවා. සමා වෙන මත්සූර් මහත්මයාට මම කතා කරන එක තේරෙනවද දන්නේ නැහැ නේද? සිංහල
මම සිංහල පරිවර්තකයෙක්. මම සිංහල පරිවර්තකයෙක්. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ.
හොඳයි ගොඩයි ස්තුතියි. හරි. එතකොට ඔබතුමා මතු කරපු ප්‍රශ්නය තමයි අපි JVP එකට උදව් කරන්න ඕනේ කියන එක. එතකොට මම ඒක ඔබතුමා මතක් නොකරත් මම කියන්න හිටිය දෙයක්. මම මගේ ඔයාලත් එක්ක මෙතන මේකට එන්න මගේ පරමාර්ථය තමයි මේ දැනට තියෙන අපි 225 දෙනාගෙන් කිසිම කෙනෙකුට හෝ දැනට තියෙන ඔය ප්‍රධාන පක්ෂ JVP ඇතුළු අනිත් පක්ෂවලට එකඟ නොවෙන කෙනෙක් වීම එකඟ වෙන්න පුළුවන්කමක් තිබෙන විදිහට JVP එක පෙනුන නිසා මම ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක කතා කරා දැනට සති කිහිපයකට කලින් කීප වතාවක් මාස දෙකක් විතර ඇතුළත කීප වතාවක් කතා කරා ටිල්වින් සිල්වා ඇතුළු ඒ ලෙවල් එකෙන් පල්ලෙහා ඉන්න ලේයර්ස් මම JVP එක ඇතුලේ ලේයර්ස් 4ක් 5ක් හඳුරගෙන තියෙනවා. උඩම තියෙන ලේයර්ස් එකේ 3-4 දෙනෙක් ඉන්න වගක් තමයි මට පේන්නේ. ඒ ලේවල් එකේ සිට පල්ලෙහාට ලේයර්ස් 5ක් විතර දක්වා මම කතා කරා. තීරණ ගහ ප්‍රාදේශීය මට්ටම් වල. එතකොට ජාතික මට්ටමේ ටිල්වින් සිල්වා වගේ අයත් එක්ක කතා කරපුවාම ඒගොල්ලෝ ප්‍රසිද්ධ කරලා තියෙනවා හැතු වෙන්න අපි විවුතයි කියලා. එන්න ඒ ආරාධනය අනුව තමයි මම යාලට කතා කරේ. එතකොට ටිල්වින් සිල්වා මට කියපු දේවල් අනුව මට පැහැදිලි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒක මිනිස්සුන්ව ඇට්‍රැක්ට් කරගන්න කරපු ප්‍රකාශයක් නිසා අපි වගේ යම්කිසි අදහසක් අරගෙන යම්කිසි කණ්ඩායමක් එක්ක එන යම්කිසි යෝජනාවල් එක්ක එන අයව ඒගොල්ලෝ පිළිගන්නේ නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ යම් දේවල් වෙනස් කරන්න. එතකොට එයාලට ඕනේ එයාලා කියන දෙයට හා කියන අය. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ නිසා මට ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක එකඳු වීමේ හැකියාවක් නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ නැහැ මට ඒගොල්ලන් සමානව හැකියා ඕගනයිසේෂන් ටැලන්ට් එකක් තියනවා හෝ එහෙම තත්ත්වයක් නෙමෙයි. නමුත් යම් පිළිගන්න බැරි දේවල් තියෙනවා. මම යම් කිසි කණ්ඩායමක සමාජිකයෙක්. ඉතින් අපි අදහස් තියෙනවා අපි එකතු වෙනවා නම් එකතු වෙන්නේ කණ්ඩායමක් විදියට. හරි? එතකොට එහෙම හැකියාවක් යාලා කරන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම තැනක් ඒගොල්ලෝ දෙන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට ඊට පස්සේ මම මතු කරපු තව ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඇයි ඔයාලා ගෝඨාභයගේ සිටිසන්ෂිප් එක චැලෙන්ජ් නොකරේ කියන එක. ඊටාම පැහැදිලිව මට කෙලින්ම උත්තරයක් දුන්නා ටිල්වින් සහ හඳුන්නෙක්ටි. එයාලා කිව්වා උපේන්ද්‍ර අපි දිනන්නේ නැති ඡන්දයකට අපි කාටවත් නඩු දාලා වෙනින් කෙනෙක්ව අපි දිනන්නේ මොකටද? හරි? එතකොට මම කිව්වා එතකොට එහෙමනම් ඔයාලා දිනන්නේ නැති ඡන්දයකට ඉදිරිපත් ඇයි? අපි අල්ලගෙන ඉන්න ඉදිරිපත් වුණා. හරිද? පාඩු රටට වෙන දේවල් ගැන ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ කිසිම හැඟීමක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලෝ දිනන්නේ නැහැ කියලා ඒගොල්ලෝ පැහැදිලිව දැනගෙන හිටියා. ඉතින් එන්න මේ වගේ තත්ත්වවල වල තමයි එයාලා ඉන්නේ. මම අනිත් එක මම කිසිසේත්ම විශ්වාස කරන්නේ නැහැ ඒගොල්ලන්ට අපි උදව් කරා අපි වගේ ඔයාලා වගේ සහ තවත් නොයෙකුත් කණ්ඩායම් වල උදව් නැතිව ඒගොල්ලන්ට කතා කරන්න හැකියාවක් නැති සමාජ මට්ටම් වලට යන්න පුළුවන්කමක් තියනවා කියලා. එහෙම සමාජ මට්ටම් වලට යන්නේ නැතුව ඒගොල්ලන්ට දීීමේ හැකියාවක් නැහැ. මගේ අදහස මට පෙනෙන විදිහට ඒගොල්ලන්ට වැඩිම වුණොත් උපරිම වුණොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්‍රමාණය 12-15 ප්‍රමාණයට යෑමකින් එහා යවෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන එක තමයි මගේ පුද්ගලික අදහස. මොකද හේතුව තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඔය එයාලා විවෘතයි කියන ප්‍රමාණයට විවෘත නැතිවීම. ඒ විවෘත නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ සීමාවල් තුල. හරි ඒක වෙනම දෙයක්. මම ආයෙත් කියන්න අවශ්‍ය අපිට අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ දැන් කලින් කතා කරපු නෝන මහත්මිය කතා කරා එයාගේ බිස්නස් එක සම්බන්ධව ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඉතාම හොඳයි. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට මම එක්ස්පෝර්ටර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට සහ ටුර් ඔපරේටර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට අපි ලංකාවට පිටරටවල වල සල්ලි අරගෙන යනවා. නමුත් ලංකාව මේ දවස්වල මේ තියෙන අලුත් තත්ත්වය ඇති වුණාට පස්සේ මම සල්ලි ලංකාවට යවන්නේ නැහැ. මගේ කම්පැනි එකක් තියෙනවා යුරෝප් වල, මගේ කම්පැනි එකක් තියෙනවා ලංකාවේ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලෝ සල්ලි හොරකම් කරන නිසා, රේට් ඔක්කොම වෙනස් කරලා තියෙන නිසා, ඒ දේවල් නිසා මම සල්ලි යවන්නේ නැහැ. මගේ ඉන්කම් තියෙනවා ලංකාවේ, මම මගේ ඒ මුදල් යොදවනවා ලංකාවේ අවශ්‍ය කරන වියදම් වලට. අනිත් සල්ලි යවන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද එහෙම යවන්නේ නැති හේතුව ඒගොල්ලෝ සල්ලි හොරකම් කරන නිසා, ඒගොල්ලෝ අපේ සල්ලි නිවැරදි විදිහට පාවිච්චි නොකරන නිසා. ඉතින් අපි දැන් කතා කරන්නේ අපි මේ එකතු වෙලා තියෙන කණ්ඩායම පුංචි කොටසක් අවසානයේට ඉතුරු උනේ මම හිතන්නේ අපි යම්කිසි අර කියපු ප්‍රධාන දේශපාලන කණ්ඩායම් වලට එකතු නොවන, එකතු වීමට නොහැකි නිසා ඒ හැමෝටම වෙනස් යම්කිසි වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ලංකාවට ඉදිරිපත් කරන්නයි කියලා. අපි ඉස්සර වෙලාම ඒ වැඩපිළිවෙල අපි හදාගමු. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකට අවශ්‍ය කරන අනිත් යාන්ත්‍රණ ටික අපි හදාගමු. කවුද කරන්නේ, මොනවද කරන්නේ කියන එක. එහෙම නැතිව කලින් වගේ අපේ කාලය අපි මේවට යෙදීම තේරුමක් නැහැ කියලා මම හිතන්නේ. කලින් මහත්මයෙක් කතා කරා මුදල් සම්බන්ධව. පහුගිය ජනාධිපතිවරණයට පල්ලෙවත් මහත්මයා, නාගානන්ද මහත්මයා, මහේෂ්ලා ඔය හැමෝම සමග ඉතාම ළඟින් වැඩ කරපු කෙනෙක් විදිහට මට ඉතාම හොඳ අත්දැකීම් තියෙනවා. ඒ මහත්මයා කියපු එක හරි. මිලියන 20ක් විතර අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා ඒ වගේ කියලා. මුළු රටේම අපි බලය අල්ල ගන්න අවශ්‍ය නම්, අපගේ අදහස මුළු රටටම දෙන්න අවශ්‍ය නම් මම හිතන්නේ අපි මේ ඉන්න තත්ත්වයේ තුල ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඒකට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම බිලියන 5ක් 6ක් අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. අපිට මට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මගේ තියෙන අත්දැකීම් අනුව පල්ලෙවත් මහත්මයා, මහේෂ්, නාගානන්ද ඒ වගේ අත් එක්ක මට තියෙන අත්දැකීම් අනුව මගේ පුද්ගලික අදහස එහෙම තත්වයකට ළඟා වීම ඉතාමත්ම අපහසුයි. සිහිනයක් වගේ. ඒ නිසා අපිට හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා නම් අපිට ඕනේ නම් මම යෝජනා කරනවා අපි පුංචි කණ්ඩායමක් විදිහට යම්කිසි එකඟතාවයකට එන්න පුළුවන් නම් යම්කිසි දිස්ත්‍රික්කයක් හෝ පළාතක් පමණක් තෝරගෙන අපි සම්පූර්ණයෙන් ඒ පළාතට ඒ හෝ දිස්ත්‍රික්කයට අපේ වැඩිපුර අවධානය යොමු කරලා ඒ පළාතෙන් හෝ දිස්ත්‍රික්කයෙන් පමණක් අපේ නියෝජිතයන් ප්‍රමාණයක් පාර්ලිමේන්තුවට අරගෙන යන්න. එහෙම නොවුනොත් අපිට මිනිස්සු ඒ Zoom meeting වලට මිනිස්සු කමෙන්ට් කරයි සෝෂල් මීඩියා වල අපි රිලීස් කරන අපගේ අදහස් වලට. නමුත් ප්‍රායෝගිකව මේක කරන්න ගියාම කරන්න බැහැ කියන තැන තමයි මම ඉන්නේ. අර වගේ මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් නැතිව. ඒ කියන්නේ මිනිහෙක් පෝස්ටර් එකක් ගහන්නවත් එන්නේ නැහැ. තේ එකක් නොදී කෑම නොදී එන්නේ නැහැ. එන්න උවමනාව තිබුණත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට එන්න බෑ. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන ආර්ථික තත්ත්වය අනුව, ගෙදර තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න අනුව. ඒ නිසා අපි යම්කිසි වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හදලා හැමදේම ප්ලෑන් ඩොකියුමන්ට් කරලා අපි මේක ඉස්සරහට ගෙනියන්න වෙන්නේ යම්කිසි නිශ්චිත ප්‍රදේශයකට පමණක්.
මෙම උපේන්ද්‍ර මම හිතන්නේ හුඟක් වැදගත් අදහස ආයතනදී දැක්කුවා. මේ අපි ඇත්තටම අද අපි මෙතන සාකච්ඡා කරන්නේ මේ වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙලකට කවුද මෙතන සහභාගී වෙන්න කැමති කියන එක කාරණාව තෝරගන්න. ඇත්තටම අද අපිට අවස්ථාව වෙලාව නැහැ. ඒ වගේ හුඟක් ගැඹුරු විදියට මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ අධ්‍යයනය කරලා මේ ප්‍රශ්නෙට මොන වගේ විසඳුමක් අපිට හැබැයි මම හිතන්නේ මෙතන අපි මේ ප්‍රශ්න දිහා විවිධ තල වලින් දෘෂ්ටි කෝණ වලින් බලනකොට අපිට මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ කොහොමද විසඳගෙන ඉස්සරහට යන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක අපිට බිම් මට්ටමේ මොන හරි දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්, දේශපාලනඥයන් ඉන්ෆ්ලුවන්ස් කරන දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්, ඊට වඩා යමක් අපිට නායකත්වයක් මෙතනින් ගොඩනගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන වගේ කරුණු කාරණා ගානක් අපිට ඉස්සරහට අපිට මෙතන හොඳ සොලිඩ් ගෲප් එකක් හැදුනොත් අපිට ඒ වගේ දේවල් වලට අපේ අවධානය යොමු කරලා අපිට මොකක් හරි පැහැදිලි දර්ශනයක් ඔස්සේ ඉස්සරහට යන්න පුළුවන් අවස්ථාවක් අපිට මෙතන හදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඩයස්පෝරාව කියන තැන මොකද ලෝකෙ වටේ මේ අපිට මේ තාක්ෂණය තිබුණේ නැහැනේ මෙච්චර දවසක්. ඇත්තටම මේ කොවිඩ් එක අපිට හම්බ වෙච්ච ලොකුම මම නම් දකින්න විදිහේ ලොකුම ජයග්‍රහණය තමයි මේ තාක්ෂණය අපි කොහොමද අපේ මේ වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙල වලට කාර්යක්ෂම විදියට පාවිච්චි කරන්න හැටි ඉගෙන ගත්ත එක. ලෝයර් කෙනෙක් හැටියට මමවත් මේ Zoom තාක්ෂණය මේ විදියට පාවිච්චි කරේ නැහැ මීට කලින්. ෆේස් ටු ෆේස් ක්ලයන්ට්ස්ලත් එක්ක කතා කරනවා මිසක් කවමදාවත් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකෙන් අපි ක්ලයන්ට්ස්ලත් එක්ක මේ වැඩ කරේ නැහැ. නමුත් දැන් අපිට මේ අවස්ථාව තියෙනවා මේ විදියට මේ මුළු ලෝකේ පුරා විසිරලා ඉන්නේ එකම දැක්මක් තියෙන අයව එකම තැනකට ගොනු කරගන්න පුළුවන් කම්පියුටර් එක ඉස්සරහා. ඉතින් මේ අවස්ථාවෙන් අපි උපරිම ප්‍රයෝජන ගමු. අපි හරියටම මේ වැඩ පිළිවෙල කොහොමද ඉස්සරහට ගෙනියන්නේ කියන එක අපි හරියට පිළිවෙලට ඉඳගෙන කතා කරමු. හැබැයි මෙතනදී අපිට මේ වගේ අදහසකට කැමති අයව ගොනු කරගන්න තැනක් අපි මුලින් හදමු. ඊට පස්සේ ඔක්කොම එකට එකතු කරගෙන මොකද මෙතන අර අපිට අර කරප්ෂන් කියන එක, දූෂණය කියන එක, බීජණය කියන එක අපි කැමති නැති ඒ වචන සෙට් එක ඒ මිදුණු අලුත් විදියට හිතන්න පුළුවන් පිරිසිදු දර්ශනයක් තියෙන අයව එක තැනකට ගෙනල්ලා ඉවර වෙලා ඒ දර්ශනය ඔස්සේ ඉස්සරහට යන මාවතක් හදන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි අපේ ජයග්‍රහණය. ඒ වගේ අපි platform එකක් මෙතන build කරමු. ඒකට මම හිතන්නේ අපි මේ අද එකතු වෙච්ච group එක වගේ තව අද එකතු නොවුණු ගොඩාක් අය ඉන්නවනේ දසදහස් ගාණක් ශ්‍රී ලංකන්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා. ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ ඉන්නවා මේ වගේ අපි රටින් පිට වුණත් අපිට අපේ රට ගැන හුඟක් ගැඹුරෙන් ඒ දැනෙන වේදනාව අවංකව දැනෙන වේදනාව එහෙම ඉන්න ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෝ මුළු ලෝකෙ වටේ තාම ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඒ එෆර්ට් එක ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඒ දර්ශනය දැක්ම ආදරය ඔක්කොම එක තැනකට ගන්න තැනක් අපි හදන්න බලමු. ඒක තමයි මගේ නම් විෂන් එක.
ඒක පැහැදිලි. ඒක තමයි අපි මෙතන කරන්න මේ පළවෙනි පාරනේ අපි හම්බෙන්නේ ඔය මායි හම්බුනොත් පළවෙනි පාර අපි ඒ ගැන තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. මම ඒකට ඔයා කියපු දෙයට යම් කිසි දෙයක් එකතු කරන්න තව දහස් ගණනක් හිටියට මම හිතනවා මෙතනදී අපිට යම්කිසි දෙයක් පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන් කොටසක් එකතු කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් හම්බ වෙනවා නම් ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා අපේ වැඩපිළිවෙල හදලා අපි අර දසදහස් ගණන්ට යමු. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට හැමදාම තව අය එකතු කරගන්න හැමදාම වැඩපිළිවෙල හද ඉන්න වෙනවා.
මම හිතන්නේ උපේන්ද්‍ර අද මේ අපි එකතු වෙලා ඉන්න සංඛ්‍යාවම ඇති අපිට ওই වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙලකට මුල පුරන්න. පැහැදිලිවම අද අපි දවස් දෙකක් තුනක් ඇතුළත මේ සංවිධානය කරපු වැඩසටහනට අද මම හිතන්නේ ලානල් බෝපගේ කියපු විදිහට 280 ගානක මේ සහභාගීත්වයක් තිබුණා. මම හිතන්නේ මම දැන් බලනකොට තවමත් දැන් මේ පැය 3ක් 4ක් ගිහිල්ලා තවමත් මේ සාකච්ඡාවේ රැඳිලා ඉන්නවා ගොඩක් අය. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ මෙතන පැහැදිලිවම පේනවා මේ වගේ වැඩසටහනකට සහභාගී වෙන්න කැමැත්තෙන් ඉන්න අය ඕන තරම් ඉන්නවා කියන එක. ඉතින් මේ අපි අතරෙම අද මෙතන ඉන්න අයම ඇති අපිට ඒ වගේ දෙයකට මුල පුරන්න. මගේ අදහස නම් ඒකයි. අපි අනිතාටත් දෙමු අවස්ථාව දැන් කතා කරන්න මම හිතන්නේ. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Noelin?
Yes.
Can I just, okay, just two comments. One is I like the idea of that kind of a formal group or kind of a discussion. Actually, because when I listen, first time I joined this and I learned a lot. There are certain themes that are really coming out. So when you talk about one group, why don't we go identify those themes, basically, make it more thematic groups where that, because some people will be more passionate about certain things, then rather than you bring them together in one forum, but let the people work in according to the theme, like say constitution. And also there's also another issue of trust issue, because that is one of there's huge trust deficit in Sri Lanka. People really don't trust each other. You don't trust the leaders, and then it is the same thing of fear psychosis. You don't know who will misunderstand you. So there has to be also underlying hidden agenda we should have to get out of this. Choose to trust people. It's okay. I can be wrong sometime, but then I'm willing to learn. Let's make it as a learning and growing and sharing forum, rather than just, I know it all and I have answers to the whole thing, because this is a complicated problem. There are no easy answers to this. But of course, we can pave the way, we can navigate it, but you can't go for easy, short-term, overnight thing. So what I'm trying to say, trust factor, as well as thematic groups, that kind of a thing, I'm sort of interested in, basically certain themes.
Know your
yeah,
name.
so yeah.
You're coming on the group as Zoom user. Can you please identify yourself so we know your name? Or if you're reluctant, that's fine. Look, I think what you have raised is very valid, that this is an issue that has so many layers to it, and we need to penetrate through those different layers. And based on our interests, it is important that we disperse our skills, talents, and interests into separate, maybe focus groups. And I think that's something we can canvas and look at as we move forward. I think there are lots of ideas that are coming together. We can work through. I think with commitment, we can certainly make a lot of progress. I see that we've got a couple of others who've got their hands raised. Kulso.
But sorry, Noelin, will it be possible to group those themes?
Absolutely, but not today. I think we need to, just one moment, just to address the previous participant. Of course, I think we are open to all those suggestions, and I personally believe that, focus groups are very important if we are trying to deal with different issues. I mean, whether it be defense, whether it be economics, or whether it be something else. I mean, our skills and talents should be formed into maybe separate focus groups, and look at those issues separately rather than trying to deal with everything together. Kulsum?
Yeah, hi Noelin. First of all, I want to thank you for organizing this type of meeting. This is the first time I'm joining such a meeting. I'm a mom of two young children, and I just would like to tell you, since I am in Sri Lanka and we are really facing it, ground level, this first of all, what I feel is that now we are all hungry. The hunger factor and the need factor is number one. So for that, it's great to have all the ideas and all whatever long-term solutions that people would provide. But first of all, I think we have to be fed first. That is the first thing. We should be okay to think, to be able to think. We need our main thing sorted. If you're
Mind
hungry,
doesn't work when the stomach is empty.
You can't think. We can't think. So number one is we need to think of how you need to look into that as an international community, and Sri Lankans who have gone out there. I think you all feel a lot about Sri Lanka, and anyone goes out there, even when I travel somewhere, I always feel I need to get back home and go to the kitchen, have some paripu and rice, to get back to the Sri Lankan feeling. So I think you all must be having it in the same way. Maybe first we need to address the number one thing that is there. After that, we can start thinking. And then from there onwards, all the great suggestions that you all have put across, we can start working on those.
It would be wonderful. It would be wonderful if this forum can solve all those problems also. I mean, I'd be the happiest. But I'm not going to make those sorts of promises to you.
I know. No. What I was trying to point out was that is why the frustration is here. That is why the desperate cry is here. Okay.
We hear you. Our hearts bleed with you. Our hearts bleed with you. I mean, most certainly, these. I mean, these primary issues will certainly be in the forefront of the issues that we together with everyone else will be looking at.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, now, depending on these governments and depending on all these systems, what do you think about off-grid living?
Something. So we'll have to move this discussion to another platform. I have no idea about off-grid, and I am sure there are others here who don't know
all
about
kinds
it
of
either.
ideas are coming across.
Please,
so many things
we'll talk about it another time. Kusum, I hope you find something to eat soon. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to say, can I say something?
Short. Keep it short.
Yeah, I'm short, yeah. සිංහලෙන් කියනවනේ මේ මහත්මයා කියපු දේවල් මම සැලකිල්ලට ගන්නවා. විවෘත පළල් කාර්යයන් ඒ සම්බන්ධව අපි කතා කරන දේවල්. Maybe I'm hoping to travel to Switzerland in the near future. I'll be able to meet him personally and discuss matters. Of course, whatever it is, I would like to engage in this forum. And of course, I only insist that it must be more practicable than just keep on discussing.
Okay.
We have to plan out something
This is
practicable
our first meeting.
and to be promoted at ground level. That is all.
This is our first meeting. Let us
it's
just
a pleasure
allow
to have
ourselves.
participated. As I have said, those presentation initially, if I can have the summaries, I will help to translate and circulate, Noeline.
Well, I think, this being our first meeting. This being our first meeting, I think, we will. I think this being our first meeting, we'll have to. Can you please mute yourselves if you're not speaking, please?
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll have to mute everyone and unmute.
I envy that. Sorry.
So look, I think this being our first meeting, let us allow ourselves some, space. Once we gel together, we will be able to look. Of course, it's going to be a practical, solution-oriented effort. There is no point just sitting around and talking. I think we've all got better things to do with our time. So thanks again. Anyone else? I think Namunu. Actually, sorry, Namunu, before you, we've got Malka Aheva-Rachige. I invite Malka to speak now. Malka, your microphone is mute. It's still mute. Malka, if you are not going to speak, I invite Namunu. Namunu?
I think I think now Mark is right. It's okay. Mark, this is administrative question. Only I think I pasted. I pasted Zoom what you call survey link because the other one did not work. To you all that I work with Noring this managing this event. So I'll put the survey link. Please put all your details and your feedback so that we can categorize and later organize the event correctly. So that's what I want to say. I'll paste the link again.
So Namunu, the earlier link didn't work, is it?
No, I think there was a problem with the Excel sheet. I think somebody's overriding the names and all. So that's why.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but I think we have the other names.
That's heartbreaking. I hope everybody then just left their details in the chat group. I thought it would be more efficient for us to have a Google spreadsheet, but maybe in hindsight, we should have asked for both.
Yeah, that's okay. Now I put the survey monkey link I just created. So I think you please put your details in the feedback so that I think we can call it all the information you're giving us.
Okay. Malka, I'll let you speak next. And I think if we don't have any questions, look, I would like to wrap up. Okay. Look, if nobody else wants to speak, I think let's wrap up. Once again, on behalf of the various organizations that got together to organize today's initiative, I really thank you for participating in today's event. I think the solidarity that you have shown today is appreciated by all those out there in Sri Lanka experiencing calamity as a result of the unfolding situation. I think going forward, we should really harness our potential as a group. The strength that we have is in our love and commitment to Sri Lanka, and I think we should harness that going forward. So hopefully we have got all your contact details and we will communicate with you shortly. I propose that we reconvene in the next few days and try and see where we can take this initiative. Thanks again, everybody. I wish you a pleasant day and Aiboan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm from Sri Lanka and we are stuck at home. We do appreciate all what you all are doing.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That was a great presentation. Thank you for organizing it.
Hello. Did you get passport enough? Yeah, passport fine. We fixed the thing. The bit on the picture, right?
What are you talking about?
The water wasn't coming through.
I tightened it.
Yeah. And it's nice to do that. Yeah, definitely.
Cost of